Live from a bunker in the heart of the Ozarks, a podcast that made the top 2 podcasts of 2021 with the word SiftPop in the name. It's SiftPop. Welcome to SiftPop Weekly, streaming live most Saturday mornings or available to download later in your podcast feed, unless, of course, you're a patron.
Patrons get perks.
Patrons get those perks.
Sifties.
I'm your host, Aaron Dicer, and he's my number 1 co-host. It's Andrew Ormsby, ladies and gentlemen.
Ahoy.
Each week we'll chat about movies, TV, and whatever else from the pop culture universe is on our minds. And please welcome our guests this week. I'm one trade of a dice for a Schweitz from being him. It's Aaron Schweitzer, ladies and gentlemen.
It's me. Woohoo.
It's me. Woohoo.
It's me. Woo-hoo.
And he's seen more movies this year than there are sands in the dune. It's Robert Buffard, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello.
Look, guys, it's time for the Sifties, and we are excited. Let me kind of give you the lowdown for what's going on here today. We are doing a 2-part live Sifties show on YouTube that you can watch. That will be divided into 2 podcasts. So if you're listening to the podcast, you have part 1 right now. And spoilers for part 2 are available for you at YouTube if you want to go see, or you can wait till it pops up in your podcast feed for part 2. But we are excited. We're going to do it very similar to how we've done it in the past. And I'll give you a rundown of what's going on in this episode of the Sifties. We are going to start with our favorite non-movie pop culture moment of the year, 2021. Then we'll get into our superlatives for movies for the year. So we'll do biggest letdown and biggest surprise. And then we'll do overrated and underrated, which we like to call not for me, not for them. That way it's less of a judgment on the movie and more of an idea of what appeals to us and doesn't. And then we will finish off this episode with our top 5 television shows of 2021. Any TV show that had a new episode that aired in 2021 is eligible for that. So we will do our top 5. Now, each category is going to work a little bit differently. Some of them we'll just name our choice. Most of them we will do nomination style. So they aren't in any necessarily order as we give them. We are just saying we want to nominate in these categories. Once we have our nominations, we've gone around, we will agree on what we believe is the best of that category. So I hope all that makes sense. It should make a little more sense as we get into it. We've got 4 of us today, as mentioned. So this is going to be lots of lists. If lists aren't your thing, see you in 3 weeks. Well, because this is
Bye, Danae.
That's right. This is what this week and next week are about, is naming our favorites, and we're excited to get into it. So let's go ahead and kick it off with our favorite non-movie pop culture moment of 2021. This is a category where you just get to pick one. So each of us will have one of those, and guess we'll go with Robert starting us off. What is your favorite non-movie pop culture moment of 2021? This is
just picking one. It's not nominations, right?
Correct.
So then I would have to go with the season 3 finale of Succession, specifically the last 5 or 10 minutes. There's a lot of great stuff that goes on in the entire season, but it all builds to this last bombshell of a finale with reveals and moves and character moments. I was just hooting and hollering the whole time. It was so great.
It's a great choice. Andrew, what about you?
Let's go with We Got the Moves, Eskimo Cowboys song that came out last year.
Nice.
It's so good. It's funny. It's metal. It's boy band. It's everything that you could possibly think of in one music video, and somehow it makes it works. I don't know how it works, but it really does.
Aaron, what about you?
Let's kick things off with Euphoria special. F anybody who's not a C-blob.
Oh,
okay. I like the first special better, but it came out December 2020. This one was still really good.
Man, Yeah, that's I do like that first special better, and I am so far behind on television right now. Like I haven't gotten into the new season of Euphoria, but I'm so playing catch up from award season still. It's ridiculous. But yeah, man, that show is kind of next level on a lot of ways. For me, I'm gonna go with the Broadway play. I got a chance to see Jeff Daniels in To Kill a Mockingbird on Broadway, which is
Was
Sorkin's.
Atticus?
Yeah, as Atticus Finch.
Ooh.
And Sorkin scripted an adaptation of To Kill a Mockingbird, and it's playing on Broadway. And Daniels is Atticus, and it was astonishing. Like it was just to be in the room for that was just so much fun. And man, Sorkin's just got my number. Like he just knows how to tell stories in a way where the dialogue is just owns me. So and thematically, he understands themes and all the stuff that I enjoy. So yeah, so that was my non-movie PC moment of the year.
Well, I can't wait for that to get adapted to the movies because that's going to happen.
I don't know, man. I guess it would be. I would be more. I guess I would expect more that they do like what they did with Hamilton. If like they'll do some sort of live record of it for the stage because it's built for the stage. It's genuinely built for the stage. Like it would have to be adapted again as a movie, which he could do. But yeah, there you go. Those are our favorite non-movie pop culture moments. Let's get into the superlatives. We will be nominating in each of these categories. We'll each have 3 nominations. That means there will be 12 choices when we pick our finished product. So let's start with Aaron this time. What do you nominate for biggest letdown of 2021? A movie you were expecting high things from and you just got let down.
The biggest letdown for me of the year is the animated movie for Injustice. It's a comic run that is one of my favorite of all times. Really incredible video games from it. And this movie is nothing like it, and it's awful for all the wrong reasons.
All right, Injustice on the board.
Totally agree.
Andrew, what do you want to nominate?
Easily the biggest letdown of the year was The Matrix Resurrections.
All right.
I mean, I was so stoked for that, and it's infamous now, my disdain for that movie. So,
right. Now, I will say, as we're nominating things, we don't have to say if they're our biggest, because we might be spoiling conversation later when we start talking about it. But it's I don't think anybody would be surprised, Andrew, that The Matrix Resurrections was your biggest letdown of the year. I'll nominate next. I'm going to go with Dear Evan Hansen. I was really expecting a lot out of that, and man, I was so disappointed in so many of the choices that they made with that. As much as I love the music in that, the movie was a huge disappointment for me. So that is my first nomination. Robert, what's your first nomination?
I'll have to go with probably The Eyes of Tammy Faye. For me, I wanted this to be a lot better. I know both Aarons really love it, but or at least Aaron Dice really loved it. For me, I'm always interested in that kind of movie, religious type, especially with Jessica Chastain and Andrew Garfield, and it just didn't really do it for me. It kind of missed the mark in a lot of ways.
Yeah. Aaron, I think that brings us to your second nomination.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if I even have a third. You guys are clearing my list. All right. Let's go with a movie sequel that does everything wrong that the first one did so right. The Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard.
Okay.
I love the first one. And this one, no.
All right. The Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard, it's just... It took a lot of lessons from the first one that weren't the lessons I wanted it to take from the first one. If that's a good, I didn't hate it, but yeah, it definitely missed the mark for me as well. Andrew, what's your second nomination?
I'm gonna go with The Eternals.
Good call.
It's just such a compact, or not compact. So much trying to happen in one single movie. Too many actors. It was a mess.
For my second nomination, I'm going to go with the Card Counter. For my second, Oscar Isaac,
Tiffany Haddish,
poker movie, Tiffany Haddish, Schrader, like Paul Schrader, like this was like going to be amazing, and then it was the opposite of amazing for me.
We hated that movie when we reviewed it.
Yeah, I really did. It's been interesting. It's getting it has gotten a lot of awards love from some people I really respect who have watched it later in the year, like, after it's been out for a while and, just kind of been under the radar. And this is a thing that happens sometimes with movies that initially get kind of more negative reviews, is people will watch them and go, actually, guys, this isn't that bad. And every time somebody says that, I'm like, no, it really kind of is.
Yeah.
but yeah. So anyhow, Card Counter is my second nomination. Robert, what's your second nom?
I got to go House of Gucci. Even though I really like to love about 8 Ridley Scott movies, and then like 5 to 8 more are still kind of good. This one just missed the mark again.
Yeah. Yep. All right, final nominations. Aaron, kick us off. What's your final nomination for biggest letdown of 2021?
Let's go with Tom Clancy's Without Remorse. I am a huge Tom Clancy fan. Michael B. Jordan's great. Taylor Sheridan doing the script. I can't remember the director's name, but he did Sicario too. Lots positive going that way. And the movie comes out and it's lost in the 90s, and it's outdated, and it's bland and boring, and it sucks because I love that character.
Yeah, no, that's a good choice. I'm with you on that one. Andrew, your final nomination for biggest letdown of 2021.
Dune.
Oh, interesting.
Shade.
Hey, listen, you nominate what you want to nominate.
It's not a complete movie.
I'm with you,
You're
Andrew.
right. You're not wrong. You're not
Not
wrong.
a complete movie.
And
But it's the best incomplete movie I've ever seen.
Okay, we had this discussion whenever we did the actual review.
Yeah.
Whenever they're finished making all the Dune movies, and I can watch them chronologically all at the same time, I'm sure I'm going to love them, and I'm going to be, blown away by Denis Villeneuve, because he's my favorite director right now. But as it stands at this moment, Dune is not a complete movie, and therefore I was let down.
All right, fair enough.
I'm with you,
fair
Andrew.
enough. My final nomination for biggest letdown of 2021 is Halloween Kills. Yeah, I don't know.
You were expecting good?
I guess yes. I mean, no, that's fair, Andrew. That's fair. I guess I wasn't expecting good, but it's so bad, that it's still like a letdown. I was expecting mediocre, and it's so bad that it still qualifies as one of my biggest letdowns. It is a terrible movie, and it should not be that terrible. So yeah, that's my final. And then Robert, finish us off. What is your final nomination for biggest letdown?
As a big Edgar Wright fan, this one hurts, but I have to say Last Night in Soho.
Yeah. No, that's a good call.
It just, I don't think it worked on any level for me other than visual. But other than that, it's just not good to me.
Yeah. That was my first runner-up.
Yeah. My first runner-up was Coming to America, which is another one that just kind of flew under the radar. All right, so we've got our 12 nominees here. I will read them out. We've got Injustice, Eyes of Tammy Faye, Halloween Kills, The Card Counter, Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard, The Eternals, House of Gucci, Without Remorse, Dune, Last Night in Soho, Dear Evan Hansen, and The Matrix Resurrections. I think we can mark off ones on the list that one of us loves. That should be, kind of the first to go. So Dune's obviously not going to win. I think I like Eyes of Tammy Faye enough that's not going to win.
I love
I love
Matrix.
Soho. I have to say that.
Aaron, did you say you love Last Night in Soho?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So Last Night in Soho is probably out. Robert loves the Matrix Resurrections, so that one is probably out.
More on that later.
He's getting the side eye from Andrew right now. So that doesn't leave us with a lot. Matrix probably would have been my number one choice, but number two probably would have been Last Night in Soho. So
I think we all can probably find some common ground with Dear Evan Hansen, right? It just depends on if any of us were excited about it, which I was.
I wasn't expecting anything from that.
Yeah,
that's the
so-
hardest. That's the hard part of that one.
I would
What
say
about
Eternals or
Eternals?
Card Counter. Yeah.
Yeah, Eternals might be the choice. Did any of us love that movie?
No.
And
mean,
it's
I
Chloe
liked- I didn't-
Zhao
I
doing
far from loved
Marvel.
it, but-
yeah,
I mean, I would think maybe even Card Counter would be the bigger letdown because I straight up haven't even seen it because, like, I should have, right? Because Oscar Isaac and Paul.
Robert, what did you
Paul
think of
Schrader?
Card Counter?
Yeah, I was with you where everything led up to me wanting to love it and I just didn't.
And Andrew, you didn't. We both hated Card
We
Counter.
hated it, yeah.
Maybe Card Counter is. Maybe that's the choice. Then I feel
Yeah.
bad, Aaron, because you haven't seen it.
Well, but I haven't seen it on purpose. Like,
Right. Like that might be part of the equation. I think we're right. I think it's either Eternals or Card Counter.
Yeah,
Here's how I'm thinking it. Like Eternals, it was a letdown, but it was still kind of it was okay. Card Counter is just horrible.
All right.
And
all
I
right.
was, I think that's where all three of us land on Card Counter is like we were expecting so much and it was so bad.
I
Yeah.
personally wouldn't say so bad, but I wouldn't say good either. So I would still.
Well,
agree
you
with
also
it,
like The
Lenny.
Matrix. So.
Andrew no longer trusts your movie opinions at all now. So
I'm joking. Yeah.
Let's keep a tally for how many times
the
he's gonna hold over Robert's head.
2021 Sifty for biggest letdown goes to the Card Counter. So congratulations to all involved. You won a Sifty this year. All right, let's move on to biggest surprise of 2021. This is the opposite. Weren't expecting necessarily a lot out of it, and then it kind of blew you away. Let's do nominations in reverse order this time. So Robert, kick us off. What is your biggest surprise first nomination of 2021?
I want to say this one before anyone else has the chance, so I'll say Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Yeah.
All right.
I
That was my second.
not expecting anything from it, and I actually really, really like it. And the more I think about it, the higher in my estimation it goes.
Yeah.
All right. Zack Snyder's Justice League is nominated. I guess that means I go next. I'm going to nominate Cop Shop.
That was on mine too.
This came out of nowhere and kind of blew me away. So yeah, I'm gonna go with Cop Shop for my first nomination. So I think I forget what order Andrew. I think Andrew. You would go next.
I'm gonna go with. I can't believe I'm doing this. I'm gonna go with Barb and Star.
No, that's a great choice. Yes, that's a great choice. Totally.
I mean, we're going to be talking about it later in movie moments, but yeah, it's so ridiculous, and it's one of those movies that as I watch, I'm like, is this the dumbest movie I've ever seen, or one of the funniest? And the answer is both. It's both.
Yeah,
I can't believe it.
Yeah, no, Barb and Star is lots of fun. That's a great choice for biggest surprise. Okay, Aaron, what is your first nomination for biggest surprise of 2021?
Yeah, let's talk about Don't Look Up. When I had seen Don't Look Up, the only people that had it rated higher than 3 stars was Dicer, and I loved Don't Look Up.
You're welcome.
So,
You're welcome.
Yeah, big surprise because I went in with no expectations. And really loved it. So yeah,
I have been very encouraged by the more people seeing it that kind of feel the same way I do. I really thought I was on an island with this. I really felt like, because all of my critic friends hate this movie, and I'm trying to figure out. Like I said on the review, I think maybe it's the satire thing. Like, it's hard for satire to really, like, true hardcore, hard-biting satire to really work in 2022 because we kind of live in a satirical world in a lot of ways. But no, I think Don't Look Up is a great choice for biggest surprise. All right, on to second nominations. Robert, what is your second nomination for biggest surprise of 2021?
I have to go with Pig because that's
Good choice.
one all I knew about it was that it's not Liam Neeson. Nicolas Cage's
Right.
Pig gets taken, and I was expecting something Liam Neeson, and I went in and came out in tears. So that it was one of my favorites of the year and one of the best, biggest surprises.
It's a good choice. Let's see. For my second nomination for biggest surprise of the year, I'm going to go with West Side Story. Spielberg's West Side Story. I was not expecting. I am not, as most people know who have listened, I am not the person that's like, why do you make this movie? Like, make whatever movie you want to. I'll watch it and make my decision. But still, I went into West Side Story going, I'm not expecting anything other than, West Side Story told by Steven Spielberg. Turns out Steven Spielberg telling West Side Story is pretty amazing. Like, he's an incredible director. I don't know if you know this. He tells stories very, very well. There are some shots in this movie that are just like, I just want them on my wall. There's the one where the gangs are approaching each other and their shadows are intertwining, and I'm just like, oh, cinema, give me more into my veins. West Side Story has so many of those moments. It is Romeo and Juliet, which is a powerful story in and of itself. It is, Sondheim, who's just incredible at, making music. And then it's Spielberg. Like, it's Shakespeare, Sondheim, and Spielberg. Like, how did I not expect this to be amazing? West Side Story was definitely up there for me. All right. Next nomination from Andrew.
It's my final one because you guys took all the others. I'm going to go with Free Guy.
Nice.
The reason
I had that too.
I'm going with Free Guy because as I was watching the trailers, I was thinking in my head, this is either going to be really funny or it's going to tank. And the more I watched, I'm like, yeah, this is probably going to tank. But no, they stuck the landing. This is a really funny movie with a really interesting premise that actually has something to say. Mm-hmm. Did not expect that. I was expecting Ryan Reynolds being Ryan Reynolds for an hour 50. And he is Ryan Reynolds, being Ryan Reynolds, but the movie itself is actually saying something. I think if they kind of fleshed out the Taika Waititi character a little bit more, the movie will be elevated that much higher. But I'm still surprised it was as good as it was.
I think that's fair. I think it fits really well in this category. You mentioned Taika, and I immediately was like, oh yeah, that's the thing I didn't like about that movie. Like that Taika performance floored me in a bad way. I didn't know what he was doing there. But yeah, the movie was a really pleasant surprise. Really glad that's on the list. All right, I think, Aaron, that means we're to your second nomination. What do you got?
Yeah, along the same lines of movies that we've seen promotion for 2 years, and there's no way you could ever possibly like it because of that. The Kingsman. I don't love this movie, but 2 years of promo, like, just tired of it, and I was surprised how much I liked it.
I'm with you. I think The Kingsman is, in my opinion, the best Kingsman movie. But I don't necessarily like the first two as much as a lot of people do. I think this one tamps down some of his tendencies just enough that I can buy into this world. It feels more. It feels to me like a great balance of backstory and fan service. And with an emphasis on the backstory, because the world building here is I think really good. So The Kingsman I think is a good choice. All right, final nominations for
I found a third.
Good job. I knew you would. I had faith in you. Robert, what is your final nomination for biggest surprise of 2021?
There's a few I'm trying to choose between, but I think I'm going to go with The Harder They Fall, because I typically am not really the biggest fan of Westerns. And I saw the 2 hour, 20-minute runtime or whatever it is. And I was like, I just wasn't very excited to start it. But by the end, there was so much style to it. It was saying a whole lot. I loved each one of those characters. It was just so much fun to watch. And I could see myself watching it a lot more down the road in the future. Yeah.
Good choice. Very good choice. My final nomination for biggest surprise, both I have two that I'm thinking of, and I'm trying to decide between. So you're listening live to my decision-making process here. They're both kind of in the same category. It's not that I was expecting them to be bad. They're both projects I didn't know were going to exist and came out of nowhere to be some of my favorite stuff that happened in 2021. I think I'm going to go with Bo Burnham's Inside here as my choice. And just as I just mentioned, like Bo Burnham to me was the guy who did 8th Grade and kind of blew my mind. I knew he was a comedian. I knew he was kind of an internet celebrity kind of thing. I did not know he was this powerfully deep, introspective, and this talented at what he did in Inside. It just absolutely blew me away. So I went from like no expectations because I had no clue to, oh my goodness, this is one of the best things I've ever seen. So I think it has to kind of go in this category for me for biggest surprise of 2021. Final nomination for you, Andrew. What'd you find?
I found The Tomorrow War.
Oh, okay.
I was not expecting much from this movie. But you know what? I had a great time, and the creature effects in this movie are astounding. The creature design is
true.
so cool.
I do love the creature design in this movie. It's amazing. Yeah.
It's really good. And whenever you have a good creature like this, it helps elevate that fear and tension level. Like the first time, they go back and, we haven't seen it yet. So our entire mindset going is it could be anything, and it turned out to be just as horrifying as we'd imagined. So yeah, good on you. I had a lot of fun with this movie. The last 15 minutes, I mean, but you know what? I still like this movie a lot.
All right, fair enough. Tomorrow War is your final nomination. And Aaron, give us the final nomination for biggest surprise of 2021.
Yeah, I'm teetering between two that are both in my top 10, but I'm going to go with this one because I expected this to be on the okay to liked it, somewhere around there. And I firmly am in love with Cruella.
Yeah, I think that's a good choice here. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Cruella is Cruella's one of those that it feels like you almost expect it just to be Disney kind of doing their typical. You expect it to be Maleficent, right? And I'm not saying Maleficent is a bad movie. Maleficent, actually, the first Maleficent is actually pretty good. But this is a little better than pretty good. This is really well done. I think Emma Stone brings it up a notch. I think her performance is pretty incredible. So yeah, there's a lot to love in this movie. So I think that's a good choice for biggest surprise of 2021.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. We do have 12 nominees once again. Here they are in no particular order. Cruella, The Harder They Fall, The Tomorrow War, The Kingsman, Don't Look Up, Cop Shop, Free Guy, Zack Snyder's Justice League, Barb and Star, West Side Story, Pig, and Bo Burnham's Inside. Where do we want to start the conversation? We could start in the same place. If there are movies on this list that one of us doesn't like, then that probably should come off. But I don't know that there are many of those. Like, The Tomorrow War, I'm not a huge fan of, so that's probably not going to win.
Well, remember, you guys picked all my others, so I was scraping the bottom of the barrel to find something that was surprising, at least.
I'm also going to put a little bit of damper on the Justice League thing, and then I wasn't as sold on it as a lot of people were.
Well, Robert, you've earned your spot back in my graces because I'm with you. Snyder Cut was my second pick for most surprising. Aaron, I will say you did pick my number one, and that was West Side Story.
How do you guys feel about West Side?
I have it in the next category.
All right. Well, that answers that question. All right. Let's see what else.
I also do have to damper Don't Look Up because I didn't love it. I didn't hate it, but I don't think it's really
okay. All
great.
right. We're whittling it down. Barb and Star.
I didn't get around to it until after it had been so talked up. Other than that, right? Like, what
about
I don't know.
Pig?
It doesn't fit this category, but I really like.
I still haven't seen Pig.
Pig's list of shame for me.
Oh, so two of us haven't seen Pig, so we probably shouldn't choose that. Bo Burnham, Inside.
See, Robert and I are really familiar with Bo Burnham.
Right.
Yeah, me too.
Inside, so
okay, all right.
I knew it was
we're
going to be
both
great.
really excited for it.
All right.
Yeah.
Cop Shop.
You know what? I think Cop Shop, if you guys have seen it, is it's a great pick.
It kind of let me down only because you guys talked it up so much.
Okay. All right. We're running out.
Man. What's left?
I mean, The Harder They Fall, I'm not as high as you guys are on. Robert, what's your thoughts on The Harder They Fall?
I think that was his nomination.
It was
Yeah,
your
it was my
nomination, wasn't it?
nomination.
Aaron,
Yeah, I
Aaron
love
then,
it.
what are your thoughts on The Harder They Fall?
I just wish that the middle act was anywhere near as good as the surrounding acts.
That's me. Yeah, that's me too.
I mean, I liked it, but also like it had been so talked up. I didn't get around to it until like first week of January. So, it's not, it wouldn't be a bad pick, especially if it was like I had no knowledge of it beforehand. If I had no reviews, kind of
Right.
same thing with Barb and Star, right? If I had just seen it out of the blue, which I probably wouldn't have seen Barb and Star.
Yeah.
What were your thoughts going in on Free Guy?
Yeah,
Oh.
over it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were overhyped on it?
No, I was over seeing all the marketing for it. I thought there's no way I'm going to like this movie.
And then you
And
did.
did you?
And I really liked it, yeah.
Robert, your thoughts on Free Guy?
I was middling going into Free Guy, and I was low side of like it coming out. So yeah.
Yeah, man, it feels like I don't like Free Guy for the choice in this category. Like
It doesn't feel right.
It doesn't feel quite right. It's because it's not that kind of movie for me.
For some reason, I think Barb and Star is the good pick for
Well,
this.
let's toss up Cruella for a second.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I would definitely go for Cruella because I was not expecting anything, even though I love Emma Stone, but I really, really liked it. It was high up for me.
Andrew, how do you feel about Cruella?
Well, you know how I feel about live action remakes. Now, granted, this isn't a
Mhm.
remake; it's more along the lines, like you said, of Maleficent. But I was surprised by how much I like this movie. The
Man.
Devil Wears Prada element of it was, an intriguing yet smart way to go. But at the same time, the difference between Emma Thompson's character and Brain Help from Devil Wears Prada, Meryl Streep's
Meryl
character.
Streep.
Yeah. I'm like, okay, so one of them is just an awful person. The other is a psychotic murderer. So yeah, there's a little bit of a difference there. But yeah, I like Cruella. I really did. The costume design is out of this world.
Yeah,
And
it's
the
pretty
needle drops.
incredible. It sounds like we may be landing here. I will say, I think I'm willing to go this route. Of the 12 we nominated, I probably have it at 8 in this category. Like, that doesn't mean I don't like the movie. It's just like it doesn't feel like a huge surprise. Like the gap of surprise is really big as it is with some of these others. Did somebody hate Barb and Star? Because I
just
really
didn't see Barb and Star, but from everything I've heard, it sounds like it perfectly fits this category.
I think it was Aaron was kind of you were.
It's just I didn't see it until after you guys had reviewed it, and everybody I know had loved it, and so like it just doesn't fit that category for me. But I think it fits this category overall. I'd be happy with that pick.
I think that's the pick. I think Barb and Star is the pick. That feels right for this category, for the Sifties. Let's go ahead and lock it in. Barb and Star go to Vista Del Mar. Congratulations to being the biggest surprise of 2021. There you go. All right, we can move into the overrated category, which we like to look at this as movies that I didn't get, that everybody else seemed to get. So we will start the nominations. Let's see. I'll start the nominations this time. My most overrated movie. This is always, by the way, these categories are always the worst because you're going to say something that like the definition of the category is that the other three people likely like this thing you're going to say is overrated. Like that's the definition of what's going on here.
My blood's already boiling.
I'm going to nominate Red Rocket. For this category. I do not understand the love for this movie. I get that Simon Rex has charisma. I also think that charisma is a downfall of this movie, not a good thing about this movie, because he is a terrible person, and the movie doesn't seem to reckon with that in any kind of serious way, in my opinion. So I'm going to nominate Red Rocket as one of the most overrated of 2021. We will go with Andrew next. What do you got?
Movies that let me down are kind of like it just wasn't for me, or is that a different category?
No, yeah, it just wasn't for you. It was for most other people, but it just wasn't for you. Yeah.
Okay, let's go with Army of the Dead.
Okay.
I'm done with zombie movies.
Yeah.
That's my thing.
All right.
And I am in the minority on that. I get it, but yeah, it wasn't for me.
Yep. Robert, what about you?
The Suicide Squad. It seems like everyone loved this, and I really hated it. It tried to bring humanity, but also at the same time have its cake and eat it too, with the gore and laughing at the violence and all of that, and just the lowest common denominator toilet humor. Just none of it worked for me.
Well, I agree with that. So yeah, I think the Suicide Squad is a good choice for overrated. Aaron, that brings us to you. What's your first nomination for overrated?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to change the way I define this as movies I just need to rewatch.
Sure, fair.
We'll go with the one that's already spoiled, West Side Story for me. I left the theater very probably in the hate it camp. I was unfamiliar with the story or the music. I thought most of it was pretty uninspired to me. I know I'm wrong in that. Ansel Elgort is just bad in this movie, and he has no chemistry with the lead female, the Maria character. Yeah, lots that I didn't like about this on the first watch. I think I need to see it again. For sure.
Yeah,
because I'm pretty sure I'm going to be the complete opposite.
All right, West Side Story officially nominated as overrated. Let's see. I guess it's time for my second one, and I will go with. I'm going to go with "Come On, Come On."
I had this too.
I don't get the love for this. I get that Joaquin Phoenix is always fun to watch. I get that kids are, when you get a good kids performance, that's always something special. I don't get the black and white here. I think there's some real pretension in some of these scenes, and that's an instinct, that's a feel. I get that, like that's not some sort of substantial, objective kind of thing. But yeah, I feel the pretension more than I feel any kind of feels from this. So Come On is my next nominee. Andrew, what's your second nominee in this category?
Well, it was going to be Come On, but I'm going to go with Spencer.
Oh.
Well, that's how this category works.
It sure is. That is exactly how this category works.
Yeah, she's given a great performance in this movie. My problem with this movie is that this movie says its issue at the beginning of this movie, and it just continues to repeat the same message over and over and over and again, that she is just not comfortable with this lifestyle. She doesn't want her kids in this world, and that she just doesn't feel like she belongs.
Mm-hmm.
But it says that for 2 hours, and it never said anything new for me.
Yeah.
So
yeah. All right. Robert, what's your second nomination for overrated movie you just didn't get?
A Quiet Place Part 2.
Okay.
As time goes on, I'm less and less high on the first one, and then this second one just kind of amplified all of the worst parts of the first to me. To me, every single frame, I can just feel John Krasinski being like, "I'm not Jim from The Office anymore. I'm more talented than that." So it just rubs me the wrong way.
All right,
Robert, you and we got a roller coaster of a thing going on here.
All right, Aaron, what's your second nomination for overrated or movie you just didn't get?
Yeah, look, I'm just going to toss out another one that's for sure going to be eliminated as soon as we try to nominate The Green Knight.
Oh, okay.
I think this is a movie I left the theater actively hating, and I was unfamiliar with the Sir Gawain story. So after understanding the story, I think I have an appreciation for this film, but I still almost fell asleep in the theater. I was bored to tears. I don't know that I'll revisit this one, but I at least can appreciate it. Yeah. But not for me.
All right, Green Knight nominated for most overrated of 2021. My final.
You're allowed to be wrong.
My final nominee is Nightmare Alley. Would be my final nominee for movie I didn't get. It shouldn't be a surprise. Guillermo del Toro and I haven't always meshed. So
I hear a lot of people saying that this is the first GDT movie that they like. So That's kind of
Oh, that's
surprises me.
interesting. No, the things I don't vibe with him are very prominent in this movie. His love of darkness and grime and like all that stuff is I doesn't appeal to me in the way it seems to appeal to him. And yeah, I
want
like
him to make
uplifting
more
things.
Pacific Rim type movies. That's what I want.
You're weird, Aaron.
Yeah.
Want him to be happy all the
Andrew,
time.
what's your final nomination in this category?
Not for me. This is also it's going to be one of those where everybody's just going to go clutch their pearls. I'm going to go with The Eyes of Tammy Faye.
There you go.
I mean, great performances, but the movie itself, it left me wanting, and it's just there were jumps in time that were hard to follow. Like, okay, how far are we in from the last scene? And there was just no easy way of following everything. So
You're right. I'm clutching my pearls about The Eyes of Tammy Faye, but the Spencer pick, I was crunching my pearls. So
Swallowing
it's
them.
totally different. No, seriously though, I totally understand this choice. Robert, I think you're kind of on the same page, right? Because didn't you have this in Biggest Letdown? So yeah, Eyes of Tammy Faye, totally get it being here for a lot of people. Robert, I think we're ready for your final nomination.
So honestly, for this year, I mostly agreed with the consensus for a lot of stuff. So I kind of just have to double down on Last Night in Soho because I don't have anything else. I just, again, I just didn't really love it, especially with the standard Edgar Wright has set for himself.
Yeah. Aaron, final nomination.
I have two left, and one of them is overrated, and one of them is movies that's just not for me. I'll go with the one I think is the best chance of winning, The Power of the Dog.
Oh,
this is the just not for me one. I don't understand the love for this movie. It's fine. Cumberbatch is giving a great performance. I don't see the Cody Smith-McPhee probably winning an Oscar in there. I don't. I think all the performances are fine. I think that ending is really cool and introspective, and or not cool. It's depressing and introspective. I like a lot of this movie. It's a little overlong, and it's a little slow pacing issues for me.
Yeah.
Well, again, you're allowed to be wrong.
That's fine. Look, I think this is the front runner for the Oscars this year,
it's kind of feels like it. I will believe Netflix will get an Oscar when it happens. That's it. We're kind of at that moment, only because Roma didn't. Mainly, right. And Roma clearly deserved the Oscar that year, in my opinion. But yeah, until Netflix actually gets the Best Picture Oscar, I'm not going to believe it. So I don't see The Power of the Dog winning, but it does feel like people are thinking it's the front runner. So we'll see. We'll see how it all comes out. All right, well, there you go. Here are the 12 nominees in no particular order. The Eyes of Tammy Faye, The Power of the Dog, The Last Night in Soho, The Green Knight, lots of those, The Suicide Squad, A Quiet Place Part 2, Spencer, West Side Story, Army of the Dead, Red Rocket, Come On, Come On, and Nightmare Alley. I think we have a clear winner if I read everybody correctly. Come on.
Oh, you must have read me wrong then, because I'm pretty high on that one.
Oh no, but I mean, in this category, when three of us are, it's overrated. Robert, I'm open to other suggestions. Like, if you think there's something we could coalesce around more than Come On, because you love this movie.
I don't love it, but it's kind of high side of like, low side of love.
Okay. All right. Well, give us some other suggestions. We'll see if there's another alternative here.
How are Aaron and Andrew on Suicide Squad?
Love it.
Oh, okay.
I knew where that was going.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any others? Anybody else want to throw something to see if we can call? This is like
Spencer.
I said. This is no. I really like Spencer.
Yeah,
I really like
also.
Yeah, this is a tough category. Like I said, that's why the Come On thing really surprised me, that we had a majority of us that were like, yeah, that's overrated. Like that's this one there. I think there will always be, if we've got four, there will always be at least one person who's like,
the thing with Come On is that there's not a lot of movies that have me thinking where I like immediately need to call someone when it like makes me think of a relationship or think of an event in my past. And Come On did that for me. Like, I was on the phone talking about on the way home.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll say this just real quick because we reviewed it the same week we did Belfast, and I'm not doing the comparison solely based on the black and white, which I think the black and white serves a better purpose in Belfast than it does in Come On. But I think that the family dynamic and the environment itself was portrayed better in Belfast. The thing I really don't like about Come On when it comes to the environments is a lot of those environments are begging to be shown the vibrancy of their colors. Like, show me, the bright sunniness of, the West Coast, with LA and stuff, like where we see them initially. And then show me like the concrete jungle, the bricks of, New York. And then show me all the crazy, vibrant Houdat colors of New Orleans. Whenever you have a movie whose color palette is solely black and white, you're really missing out on what a big part of your story is, and that's the diversity of this world and how poverty affects people in different ways. So that's my biggest issue with Come On.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Could I throw out Army of the Dead? Was that in this category?
Yeah, somebody mentioned Army of the Dead in this category. Here's my problem with Army of the Dead. Is it really over? Do a lot of people love this movie?
No.
Like, am I missing that? I thought this was kind of middling response to this movie.
Yes.
That's my only thing with this one.
That's my understanding.
Yeah.
No. So a lot of people I know, they were like, "Oh, I loved Army of the Dead. Finally, we get a good new zombie movie." And I'm like, it felt like every other zombie movie.
I think we might be able to coalesce around the fact that none of us love this movie, but I don't think it's generally considered. I guess I could look up.
No, it's a 2.6 aggregate on Letterboxd.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right in the middle. So,
and that's kind of where all of us landed. So
yeah. Yeah, I guess I'd be willing to listen to Come On, Red Rocket, Last Night in Soho.
Who all has seen Red Rocket?
I didn't see Red Rocket.
Oh, so that's just me then. If none of you have seen Red Rocket, then then that's a moot point. I think it's got to be Come On, Robert. And I apologize. We will note what is it they do at the Supreme Court? They have a dissenting opinion. You can write the dissenting opinion. We'll get it out there. But I think
objection has been noted.
And here's the other thing: is probably if we're going 3 versus 1, Last Night in Soho could also count. But I like Last Night in Soho a lot more than you like Come On. So
and I like Last Night in Soho much more than I like Come On. Even though I don't love Last Night in Soho, I don't hate it either. So yeah.
Yeah, and I think that I think
we
the
haven't
general
explored
consensus.
West Side Story at all. So
yeah, bring it.
All right, I'm calling it officially the most overrated movie of 2021. That most of us didn't get. Dissenting opinion coming is Come On. Congratulations on the Sifty. All right, let's move into the next category. Actually, before we do, we haven't talked a lot about Aaron and Robert being here with us today. You may not know this, but Aaron and Robert tag team as managing editor at SiftPop.com. They oversee the articles and reviews and best ever challenge lists that pop up at SiftPop.com. If you've never checked out the website, highly encourage you to do so. Lots of great stuff going on there. We really see it as kind of this proving ground for people that want to get into writing about pop culture. And that has been my vision for the website for a long time. And Robert and Aaron have come on board and done an incredible job at bringing that vision to life at SiftPop. When I sent out the email asking for final picks for the Sifties to the SiftPop writers that help out at SiftPop.com, it's a substantial list. Like, do you guys know the number off the top of your head of contributing writers that contribute to the site?
Roughly 30 active writers.
That's great. Yeah, why don't you guys talk a little bit about that? Just, let people know if they want to write, how to do that, all that kind of fun stuff. Robert,
Aaron,
why don't you start?
Can talk about contact info if you want to start off with that.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're interested in writing, if that's something you've been thinking about, kicking around for a little bit, first of all, you don't need to be a great writer. We'll take people of any, we'll work with you to either help you be a good writer or at least just clean it up a little bit. If I can write for a website, then so can you. Robert's a good editor. Yeah, you can just send an email to writersroom@siftpop.com or DM the SiftPop Twitter, and we can get more information on brief, not even an application process, but we just ask for a sample writing and, kind of
Go from there.
go from there.
Robert, any thoughts about stuff going on at SiftPop.com?
Yeah, we just finished up the SiftPop.com Sifties ahead of this podcast that we're doing right now. We did best movie, best performance, best visual experience, best audio experience. So that was a good example of how our team, our writers, we all come together, and we really are a nice little community, because we had a lot of people contribute to that, to nominations and to voting. So that was like the big culmination of what we do with like the BEC every week, because we have people help on that every week too. So yeah, mostly the best part about SiftPop.com is the community that we have that's been mentioned a couple of times, and the way that we come together and do a lot of fun projects. And then there's a lot of singular articles and monthly series that we do. We have a lot of different voices, a lot of different perspectives, a lot of different movies to talk about. And if you, like Aaron was saying, if you hop on board, then you'll join this community. We have Slack. We talk to each other on Twitter. We're pretty active. So there's a lot of fun stuff that goes on.
As mentioned, SiftPop.com, a great place to kind of dip your toes into what it means to do print review, print contribution, all that kind of stuff. See if it's something for you, if it's something you've ever thought, oh, I might enjoy doing that. That is the place to do it. Again, you can DM the SiftPop Twitter or contact Aaron at writersroom@siftpop.com. Those should both work as far as getting in touch. So thank you guys. Publicly wanted to let you guys know how much I appreciate that and what goes on with the work at SiftPop.com. And, glad to have you on the Sifties to chat about the best of the year.
You guys are so good.
Love being a part of it.
Let's continue on with the underrated movies that you got that nobody else seemed to get. What do you think are some of the underrated movies of the year? We'll go in reverse order. Aaron, you get to kick us off. What is your first nomination for most underrated of 2021?
I'll go with Spiral. I'm a big fan of the Saw
Oh.
franchise, and obviously there are very not good movies in there that I'm not a fan of. But overall, I'm a fan of the franchise, and this movie took it in a direction that I really wanted. I did a binge watch article on the franchise leading up to this movie, and I kind of said, like, I really want to see a story like this from a cop's perspective, from a detective's perspective. I want to see all these things, and this movie just delivered on anything that made it feel fresh and exciting for me. The things I didn't really care for were the traps, because it's weird because I don't really like that stuff, but I'm a Saw fan because I like the philosophy behind that, behind the villain.
All right, Spiral.
That's messed up, man.
Spiral is at a 37% on Rotten Tomatoes, 5.3 on IMDb, and a 40% on Metacritic. So definitely qualifies.
I didn't say I agree with him, Andrew. I just said I like it.
You said you like his principles.
All right, Robert, what is your first nomination for most underrated?
So I'm going to bring it back around and going to dip in that roller coaster again and say The Matrix Resurrections.
Sure.
I really, really love this movie. I know it's a mess in a lot of places, but I think understanding the production behind it and how it came to be is what makes it so high in my estimation.
Mm-hmm.
And most of all, I love the earnestness of it, because it just the idea of an artist, Lana Wachowski, reclaiming what she initially wanted to say and what this franchise meant to her, and bringing it back to something extremely positive, and extremely earnest and sincere and loving. That just made me go head over heels for it. I went to the theater to see it, and then I thought I loved it, and then I went home and watched it on HBO Max that same night, and I confirmed how much I loved it. So that's definitely number one for me.
Nice. Currently at a 62% on Rotten Tomatoes, higher than I would have thought, actually. 4.7 on IMDb and 63% on Metacritic.
It's pretty low with audiences. That's where I was
yes.
getting
No, I think it fits the category just
Yeah.
fine. Those are just points of reference. Andrew,
So
what is
far,
your
we have films that one person loves and the rest of us hate.
Andrew, keep it going. What is your most underrated?
Well, as I'm looking at this first pick right now, I'm realizing it might not be as much underrated as underseen. But I'm going to go with
fair.
I'm going to go with Those Who Wish Me Dead. The Angelina Jolie film directed by Taylor Sheridan.
Mm-hmm.
I love this movie. I really do. It's Firewatch mixed with No Country for Old Men. And people were saying whenever Eternals came out that they're like, oh man, Angelina's back. I'm like, did nobody see Those Who Wish Me Dead? She's amazing in that movie. And the young kid, Finn Connolly, I think is his name. He's great. He's great. I was like, oh, this kid's actually, conveying emotions. And I had such a good time. And of course, John Bernthal, the metaphors and the visual imagery of like fire and rebirth and reclaiming yourself. Yeah, this is a great movie.
Does Taylor Sheridan just like have clones of himself doing stuff? Like, I don't understand
How's he doing this in
does
Yellowstone?
So much. Like he has like a couple Yellowstone shows. This movie came out this year. Without Remorse came out this. Like, I don't understand that person's productivity. That's insane.
Well, he's got that hardworking Wyoming,
That's
spirit
right.
in
That's
him.
right.
So.
I think Those Who Wish Me Dead qualifies perfectly in this category. It's a 62% on Rotten Tomatoes. It just came and went. Nobody talks about it. 6 out of 10 on IMDb. So yeah, I think that fits definitely. I gotta put Don't Look Up in here. For as much as I enjoyed this movie, a lot of people didn't. So we've talked about it a little bit already, but yeah, Don't Look Up is my next nomination for underrated of 2021. I think it actually has a 55% on Rotten Tomatoes and a 7.3 on IMDb, which is a lot higher. Definitely seems to be a critic versus audience kind of one. That kind of happens a lot of times. But yeah, 49% on Metacritic. Don't Look Up is my first nomination.
I thought it was a lot higher than that.
No, critics hate this movie. I think there's there's a thing with McKay too. I think that's happening in the critical community. But I don't know. We'll see. Aaron, I think you're up next with your second nomination in this category.
Yeah, I based this off of the Letterboxd score 3.0. I'll go with Being the Ricardos.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a fair choice.
I don't know what the Rotten Tomatoes or IMDb in, but it seems like lots of people are pretty middling on this movie, and I liked it.
Yeah.
See, I was going to say overrated for this, and I think the reviews are low enough that I didn't want to go with overrated.
Right. Yeah. They are actually at 68% on Rotten Tomatoes, 60% on Metacritic, and 6.6 on IMDb. So pretty down the line,
mesh.
A little high end of, high end of middle. So yeah, I think the Ricardos is a fine choice. Robert, what's your second nomination for this category?
I'll do the flip side of Aaron's overrated and say The Green Knight, which I absolutely loved. There's a lot that Robert, I really love about that. Man, I'm telling you, up and down.
You're going back up now.
Visually, it's absolutely stunning to start off. And then I love the episodic, mind messing with type of feel, and then just its overall themes about like maturity and responsibility and honor and all that kind of stuff. And of course, Dev Patel is just incredible.
Yeah.
I like The Green Knight. It's a tough squeeze in this category. I mean, it's 89% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Well, I was going by 85%. Audience.
Underseen.
Audience is insanely low on this.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I walked out of the theater, and there was an old couple, and they said, "Did you understand any of that?" And I said, "Yeah, I really liked it." They're like, "I didn't get it."
There's a 6.6 on IMDb, 66% of Google users like this, but it has a 3.7 on Letterboxd too. So
I
It
think
was like
that
50
Robert
something
and I,
audience on Rotten Tomatoes.
I
Yeah.
think Robert and I were like, our love of this movie
Right. Yeah, you can still
is
put
so
it in
much
this
higher
category.
than
Yeah,
everybody's
right.
like, it's
Totally
okay.
get it. Totally get
Yeah.
it. Totally get it.
Yeah, this is one of those where each source is different.
Yeah. Yeah. Andrew, what is your next nominee in this category?
Well, I have a feeling that I'm stealing one of yours, Dicer. I'm going to go with Old.
Oh, yes.
Hmm.
Yes, I think that fits in this category well. Yeah.
Yeah, because I had a great time. It's one of those movies where don't try and break it down. Don't try and break down the rules because
Right.
it's going to fall apart. But if you just stick with like an accepting, okay, this is just how this magical beach works, and a lot of guessing is going on. There's a lot of crazy good, interesting, unique stuff going on. A lot of this stuff I didn't need, like the whole being, what, 8, 9 years old and then having a baby is. I didn't need to see that. It's crazy, but the metaphors of like this. I forget who played the father and the mother, but like as they're growing older, like the realization like of what was important and what they really missed out on, and that's what this movie is about. It's about like looking back and realizing if you had time, what you would have prioritized. And yeah, this movie hit me emotionally on several parts. And then, of course, there's this scene where the woman keeps breaking her bones and then keeps. That was horrifying.
Phantom Thread's Vicky Krieps played the mom, and Station 11's Gail Garcia Bernal played the dad. So
also know him from Mozart Jungle, or I forget it's an Amazon show. He's really good in it.
Yes, Old was 50% on Rotten Tomatoes and 5.8 on IMDb.
Nice.
So good nomination. I think for my next one, I think I'm going to go with No Sudden Move. This is Soderbergh's movie that came out this year. Probably more in the underseen than underrated part of this category. But just to kind of bring attention to it, because I really think this is a good movie. It just kind of came and went, right? Like it was a streamer.
I think it was a HBO Max exclusive, right?
Yeah,
I think so. I think so.
It was.
Critics loved it. It's a 92% on Rotten Tomatoes. So I'm squeezing it into an underrated category, and that's definitely not it. I just feel like it's one that the audiences haven't seen or talked about. I just don't hear a lot of mention of it, anything like that. So I wanted to throw it into this category. So No Sudden Move would be my next nominee. Aaron, what's your final nominee for most underrated of 2021?
Yeah, speaking of movies that come and went, let's talk about Reminiscence.
Okay, sure.
This is a movie that I love the more that we like separate from it. I don't think I've seen it since release day, but all I can think about is how visually stunning this movie is, how great Hugh Jackman's performance is. I'm thinking about all the potential, all the things that should have worked about it, but as I was watching, I was like, oh, this should be better. Like, I think it is better than most people give it credit for. And it's one I'm really looking forward to going back to.
Yeah, Reminiscence is at 37% on Rotten Tomatoes, 46% on Metacritic, 5.9 on IMDb.
It's not great, but it's far better than all that.
There you go. Robert, your final nominee in this category.
I might be the only one who I've seen talk about this movie at any length, and that's Encounter, the Riz Ahmed movie.
Yeah.
A lot of people really didn't like it. It's like 50s across the board on all of the scores. But I had it at like an 8 or a 9 because there's a lot in this that I really, really loved. It focuses on mental health. It focuses on veterans. It focuses on like de-escalation methods apart from law enforcement and apart from pointing a gun at someone. And, from his social worker is Octavia Spencer, and her character is really important to him. It's a good father and son story and someone just trying to do the right thing. I really didn't understand the across the board disdain for it apart from the misleading marketing.
So it is. You're right. It's like a 57% on Rotten Tomatoes, 5.7 on, or 57% on Metacritic, and a 5.7 on IMDb. So it's like literally, 5.7 across.
Yeah.
I'm kind of with you. This movie. I'm glad we're talking about this movie. I'm glad you brought it up because this is a fatal flaw movie, in my opinion. This is a movie that has one thing wrong with it, and I think it ruins the movie. And it's that the movie thinks it's a twist movie, and it's not. And that, to me, is the problem. And I can't go much further into depth without spoiling it because the movie wants it to be something you don't spoil. But I honestly think if I spoil this movie for you, you will have a better experience with this movie. Yeah. It is one of those kind of movies where it's like, just let me tell you what this is going in because it's actually doing some interesting work here instead of what it thinks it's doing. This to me is
kind of like Passengers.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think you can.
I mean, Passengers was marketed as a ship destruction, got to survive this movie, not a philosophical.
It's a little different than that. It's not just mismarketed. It's that the marketing team almost, it feels like, had a say in the construction of the story. Like the way the story is constructed is like, oh, we better have some sort of story turn that people are going to go, oh, I got to watch this again. And it's like, no, it's all obvious. It's all like in the fact that the movie wants you to be questioning something that just doesn't need questioned in this movie makes it really difficult for me.
I got to a certain point where I was like, wait, was this supposed to be a twist? Am I supposed to understand this thing? And I wasn't sure. And that's where I'm with you. I'm like, I don't know. But at the same time, I thought everything else was so strong. And
there's a lot valuable there. It's unfortunate how it's constructed, in my opinion. So, I think that's a good choice. Andrew, what is your final nominee in this category?
It's going to be a movie everybody forgot existed.
Okay.
Because it was so early on in the year. I'm going to go with The Mauritanian.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was right at the beginning. Because that technically competed for awards last year, but it came out in January. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And there'll be a little of that. Though there will be a little bit of that, of course, this year. So, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Tahir Rahim is like so amazing in this movie. There's the sequence that everybody thinks of who has seen this movie, and that's the quote unquote enhanced interrogation. We could just call it torture, sequence that he's going through is so shocking and heartbreaking. But aside from that, I think Jodie Foster is giving a great performance. I really like Shailene Woodley. I think that her character could have been used better. I think, because it doesn't really evolve as the movie goes on, but I think that The Mauritanian is a great film.
Mauritanian is currently 75% on Rotten Tomatoes, and I think that's about 75% too high. I think this movie is terrible.
I know you hate this movie. I know you hate this movie a lot.
But I'm glad that I'm glad Benedict has The Power of the Dog this year because he was so terrible in The Mauritanian. I was worried it was going to ruin his career, but he has bounced back really nicely.
Apparently, apparently, like for those who don't know, which I don't know still, but like that's exactly how the real life person.
I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah,
but it doesn't make for good movie.
Yeah, all right, Mauritanian in for nominated for most underrated. I will finish this off. Of the two choices I have left, I'm going to go with the one that has the lower Rotten Tomatoes score, and that is Cruella. I think it is underrated. It's not terrible. It's like 75% on Rotten Tomatoes, and I think people overall have been at least middling to liked it on it. So it doesn't fit this category perfectly. The other one I was thinking about was The Last Duel, but that's pretty highly rated actually by a lot of critics and stuff. So it's just underseen and just kind of got missed. That is a mistake on I don't know, Ridley's agent, Ridley himself or whatever, on just emphasizing Gucci over Last Duel. I think you reverse the release dates of those two movies, and The Last Duel is hot and heavy in this awards conversation.
Yes,
so but I could be wrong.
Because that's
about
my
that.
number one movie of the year.
Well, spoilers, but yeah,
You knew that.
I know,
You knew
I
that.
know. Yeah,
It's on HBO Max now, so you can go see it.
yeah, that's right. It is.
Well, I've
but
already
anyhow,
bought it, so
that is not the one I'm nominating. I'm nominating Cruella for most underrated of 2021. All right, another difficult one, guys. By very definition, those of us who like these movies will probably see other people not enjoying these movies.
Schweitzer, Robert, what did you guys think of Old?
I liked Old. I didn't love it, but I liked it.
Yeah, so I called it in my review the best bad movie of the year because
that's fair.
I didn't think it was very good, but I'm always drawn to earnestness, and I felt the earnestness all the way through.
Oh, it's very earnest. Yeah.
And I had a good time watching it too. So
Ooh, I think that's it.
That might be it.
I think we just nailed it on the first shot. Good call, Andrew.
Because I was very aware of how Aaron and I felt about Old.
Yeah, I was lamenting trying to find a pick, but I'd be good with Old.
Yeah, I think Old works. No need to go any further into it. Old, the most underrated movie of 2021. I love it. I love this Sifty. This is great. People are gonna hate this so much, but I love it.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Old for being the Sifty winner for most underrated of 2021. All right, there you go. Before we head into our television picks for the year, just a reminder that you can be a member of SiftPop. Thank you for doing that. We record bonus episodes for a certain level of our SiftPop membership, and you can check all that out at patreon.com/SiftPop. By the way, your personal podcast feed there at Patreon doesn't have the ads that you hear that pop up in the middle of SiftPop, so it's ad free, and you get the stuff on the network as soon as it's there, including the bonus episodes. So if you want to check that out, again, it's patreon.com/SiftPop, and thank you for doing so. Really helps us out. All right, let's move into our television picks. We are going to each do our top 5 TV shows of the year. And again, any show that had a new episode air in 2021 does count. So we'll just go number 5 to number 1, and this is how we'll finish it off.
Trumping
BEC style.
Yeah, well, let's do it BEC style. If you've got something a little bit higher, go ahead and trumpet for the others, and then maybe we'll throw out some honorable mentions at the end as well. So yeah, kicking it off at number 5. Let's do. Has anybody not had a chance to go first? I can't remember if we've all gone. I think we all have actually gone first. So Andrew, why don't you kick us off? What is your number 5 TV show of the year?
The Witcher.
Oh, okay.
It was at the very end. It was like December 27th of last year. But you know, it came out.
Nice.
The cinematography and the visual effects compared to the first season are night and day. It's crazy how much better the show looks now. That they know, like, okay, we got a budget for it. We know people are going to watch it. Let's throw all the money in the world at it. And they did. And it looks so good. On top of the story being great. So, yeah, number 5, The Witcher.
Robert, what's your number 5?
So I'll start with a quick disclaimer that I don't watch a whole ton of new TV. So 3 through 5 are pretty good, but not necessarily great. And number 5, I have Brooklyn Nine-Nine, the final season.
No, that's a great choice. Yeah.
Does Aaron trump that?
Yep, I'll trump that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, see, that's how good a choice it is. Somebody even trumped it. All right. Aaron, what is your number 5?
Yeah, I'll also give the disclaimer. I don't watch a ton of new TV. I have Resident Alien here. This came out in January.
Trump.
Okay. Ooh. Oh, look at this. I love it.
Never even heard of that.
It's an Alan 2DX sci-fi one. We'll talk about it later.
We'll chat about it in a bit. My number 5, I don't think is going to get trumped. My number 5 is Alone. Man, do I love this show. This is a reality show, reality survival show that is, in my opinion, the most actual survival of any of the survival shows. And it's basically we drop you off alone. You have your own camera equipment. Yes, they get visits, medical visits, those kind of things. But there is no camera crew there. They're taking their own video, all that kind of stuff. And whoever lasts on the land the longest wins. And that's
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 it.
the show. And they tap out when they're ready to tap out, and whoever survives the longest wins. And it is intense. I mean,
Yeah.
literally intense sometimes, but yeah.
Mostly in wood huts, but
Yes,
intense
that's
sometimes.
true. Yes, mostly wood shelters.
And they don't care like the wild. There's no like a safety net or anything. Like if you get a bear like walking up in your tent, you're like, hey, I gotta get out of here. There's a bear. They're not gonna relocate you. You're
Right,
out.
they do give you like bear spray and a bear horn, right? Like they
Yeah.
do give you like safety tools that you need, but yeah, they're not there to if a wolverine or a bear or
Yeah.
whatever decides they want to
I think
take
it
you
was
on.
all the way back in the second season. They dropped a guy off, and it was like 30 minutes later he came across like a family of black bears, and he's like, "Guys, come back! I can't."
Yeah, it's like day one. He's
Yeah.
like, nope, not doing this.
Yeah.
I love it for that. I also love it for just how smart these people are. One of the contestants this year actually dug for their shelter, dug like 4 to 5 feet into the ground for warmth. And then created their shelter on top of it. I've never seen a contestant do that. It was a lot of calorie expenditure for those first few days because you don't, have a lot of food yet. Some of them are incredible hunters, and so they'll get meat, but then they have to protect the meat from the predators who are going to want to take it from them. And like, it's real stuff, and it's really well produced as well. So Alone is my number 5. On to our number 4s. Andrew, what do you got at number 4?
This is where I have Resident Alien.
Okay.
What a fun show. I mean, it makes you smile every single time you watch it. Alan Tudyk is phenomenal at playing somebody pretending to be human. I mean, and the what you call it, the relationship he has with the little kid, the only kid who can actually see him as an alien, is great because it's innocent at the same time being driven by murder. Like the kid can like get under his skin with like little kid jokes like, I'm gonna hang you from the highest tower in the building. There are no towers in this city. He's like, well, I know there's no I was just seeing if you knew there were towers. Like, it's stuff like that you just have to fall in love with. And the show is really well written. Like, there's a lot of interesting twists and turns. I am so glad, and I just heard it's getting its second season coming out soon, which makes me so happy.
Aaron, you had it at your number 5, so why don't you talk a little bit about it too?
Yeah, I mean, without Alan Tudyk, this show doesn't work, as you could say, with a lot of his properties, or at least properties that he's a star in. Moana doesn't work if he's not the chicken.
I was going to say, literally, that's what I was about to make that joke.
No, and the thing that surprised me is this could have been a very dumb show, but it's not the smartest show out there, but there was moments like towards the end of the season where I was like, whoa, like that really caught me off guard. Like specifically there's a subplot about the murder of this town's doctor, or the death of this town's doctor. And there like becomes 2 or 3 different theories. That's just like, whoa, like this is like, I didn't expect this, So if I'd have finished Big Mouth season 5, I probably would have put it above this, but I haven't. So this is a show for sure worth watching, and it's just a shame it's on Sci-Fi Channel, so nobody sees it except for hardcore fans.
Yeah.
It's on Hulu though.
I will add that I love it as well. Didn't make my list, but one of the things I love about it is how much story work it does in the first season. It's not a show that seems to want to go, oh, we're going to tease this out forever. It will tease something, and then the next episode it will resolve it. And it does a lot of story in one season for a modern TV show. And I think we're seeing that more and more as creators are like, I don't know that I'm going to have 4 seasons to tell this whole story, so let's tell a full story in the first season. But I think Resident Alien does that really, really well.
Yeah.
All right. So Robert, you're number 4.
I have The Wheel of Time at number 4.
Oh, okay. I haven't watched this.
Yeah, I really liked it. I read the first book, and I'm like 200 pages into the second one. There's a guy I used to work with who was a big fan, and he turned me on to it. I think it's really, really good fantasy. If you're not already built-in fan of the books because it's very different than the books. But it scratches that itch for me of like escapism and fantasy and just magic and characters going on a journey, learning stuff about themselves. There's just a lot of stuff I really like about it. There's a lot of cool action, a lot of cool magic. There's an incredible action scene in I think the second to last episode where a pregnant woman who's like in labor has to fight off a bunch of people with a sword, and it's just insane. So there's a lot of cool stuff that I really liked about the Wheel of Time.
Takes somebody down with the sword, cuts the umbilical cord at the same time.
Pretty much.
The Wheel of Time, is it kind of like Game of Thrones-y vibe? Like, is that what they're going for here?
Game of Thrones is like fantasy, but very human. This is very like high fantasy, lots of magic. And
Game of Thrones started very human. By the end, it was definitely more fantasy. Which also is interesting for a show like this that kind of has to come out and be like, we got to do all the big fantasy stuff right out the bat, because that's what people expect now, as opposed to being able to kind of build like Game of Thrones did. That's kind of interesting.
Well, Game of Thrones was like big with like the political intrigue and all that.
Sure.
And this is all just like, we have a magical quest for you to go on. Let's go. So
more D&D.
More D&D, Lord of the Rings than Game of Thrones.
Okay. Very cool. Wheel of Time in at number 4 for Robert. Aaron, what is your number 4?
Yeah, that's where I have Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Okay.
This final season was just great. All the things that we loved about the show. My only hang up is the first little bit. It tries to go really hard into the social commentary about what the justice system looks like for the last several years, and the critiques of it. And like they have like the Boyle character be like the biggest supporter of minorities and against police brutality and whatnot. It's just like, I get it. Like they're trying to make a point. It's just a little bit too ham-fisted at the beginning, but by the end of the season, the relationship work that they do with Holt and Kevin and then Jake and Amy as well, it leads to a perfect series finale for the show.
Holt's one of the best characters ever put on TV.
So good. So good. Robert, you had this at your number 5. What else do you have to say?
Yeah, I just love Brooklyn Nine-Nine in general. So this was just, more of Brooklyn Nine-Nine. And like Aaron was just saying, the main detraction is just like, for me, is that it didn't lean enough into that because it's about police officers and it just kind of, doesn't really encounter with that much.
I feel the pain you guys are talking about with the last season. I don't know how they avoid that. Like I don't know what the better version of the final season is.
I wish they leaned more into it. Yeah.
I'm happy they did it. To me, it just didn't feel like the right tone. It felt kind of like what a lot of people are feeling with Don't Look Up.
Right.
I'm happy it was there.
That's
and
fair.
I think the addition of the John C. McGinley character was perfect. I think maybe lean more into him.
Yeah.
This is a show that basically went from hilarious to, oh, we can't do this show anymore. Like
exactly.
That's basically what happened over the course of a couple years. And so for them to be like, okay, we want to do a final season, like I think they tried to walk that tightrope as well as they could between goofy, fun tone that people have fallen in love with this show and also going, yeah, we kind of don't want to be propaganda or fall into, these other traps and wrestling with, some of the stuff the entire culture was wrestling with police brutality and those kind of things. I love this show, and I think they did about the best they could with the final season, all things considered. But,
I mean, the show had taken turns like that in the past. Like in season, I think 3, there's an episode with Terry Crews trying to find his daughter's toy. And it's a very serious episode, and it kind of feels out of place, but like that's the kind of tone that I thought worked really well. I just think, the start of the show was a little rocky. Or the start of this season was a little rocky.
Yeah. Brooklyn Nine-Nine in at number 4 for Aaron and number 5 for Robert. My number 4 is Mayor of Easttown. Really, really loved this show. I think the performances in it are absolutely incredible. It was one of those, and I mean, Winslet is just slaying it in this show. But beyond her, just the way this show navigated the plot that it wanted to tell and the mystery of what was going on was very engaging to me. I was hook, line, and sinker the entire time. Mayor of Easttown owned me when it was on, so I had to put it on my list. It comes in at number 4. I'm excited that they may be trying to do another season of this. I'm always a little tentative with something that feels so complete like this, doing that. But I love this character enough that I hope they can find a way to, make an engaging season 2, because I wouldn't mind seeing, what's next for Mayor. A show, by the way, that is terribly named because it sounds like Mayor of Easttown, and it's like, no, her name's Mayor of Easttown. That is my number 4. All right, let's move into number 3s. Andrew, what do you got?
This will get Trump, but I'll go ahead and say it. Ted Lasso.
Yeah, I'll Trump that. Robert, what is your... That was like unanimous Trump of 3 people at once. Robert, what is your number 3?
This is a very underseen show, and it's Breeders. It's FX on Hulu. Martin Freeman. It's just like 8 or 10 episode family drama, and it's very raw, but also very funny, but in a darkly comedic way, a way that only Martin Freeman could really do. He's one of the creators of the show. It's the 2nd season. My wife and I, we really enjoyed the show. We kind of just came onto it in the 1st season, and then she's the only other person I've ever talked to about it. I just really, really like it. There's a lot of great performances. Martin Freeman and the woman who plays his wife, the 2 kids who play his kids, and then his parents are in it also. There's just a lot of good stuff about family and the difficulties, and it doesn't sugarcoat parenting, and it doesn't sugarcoat adolescence or anything like that. It's just really good.
We are looking at a promotional image for the show Breeders that has the parents with their teenage children in those kind of carriers that you see babies in, and I've never seen a more beautiful metaphor for raising a teenager than what is on screen right now. I've never watched this, but you've got me interested, and I do love Martin Freeman, so that's definitely one to put on the list. Breeders in at number 3 for Robert. Aaron, what's your number 3?
So I have WandaVision.
Oh, good choice. Good choice. Yeah, that was in my honorable mentions for sure.
Yeah, I think it's just like expectations of like this is my favorite Marvel or even Star Wars TV show of the year. We were there as soon as episodes came out, me and my wife, and what I think about the show is it could have just been a parody of the decade sitcom and could have been fine and have no substance, but it turns into something substantive. It took turns that I really enjoyed. The finale really brings the show down, but for all the work that they do with Wanda and Vision, both separately and together, it's just enough to override the pretty mediocre, lackluster paint by numbers finale.
I love what you're saying. This is my favorite Marvel show of the first year of Marvel TV as well. It's interesting. I started thinking about my similar opinion that the finale just kind of doesn't kind of live up to everything else and brings it down. What's interesting is I love Marvel's typical shtick. You know what I mean? Like it's not that I hate that stuff. It's just that the first several episodes of this were like next level, actual, really great, artistic, high thinking, thematic stuff on mental health and like all this really cool stuff. And then the last episode was just your typical great Marvel stuff, but it's still kind of great Marvel stuff at the end. So like it's, it does come down from the big highs of the beginning, but it's not like it's terrible. The finale's not terrible. It's just your kind of typical Marvel punchy, kind of finale.
If they would have committed to Pietro, then it would have been my number 1 show of the year. But they didn't have the cojones to do it.
That's right. The gonads. Yeah. No, I hear you. All right. So WandaVision in at number 3 for Aaron. My number 3 is Only Murders in the Building.
I'm surprised you didn't have it higher than this.
Comes in at number 3 for me. Man, do I love this show. I love Steve Martin and Martin Short, or as they're known together, Steve Martin Short. Yes. So much. They're so incredible together. And I've often said Martin Short is possibly the funniest human to have ever lived. I truly believe he's in that conversation. I've just seen him in too many things, improvised and elsewise, to to know that. But when he gets with Steve Martin, them together, it's just so much fun. And you add to that this incredible mystery and the twists and turns. I think we are entering with Knives Out in this kind of, and a lot of the Brana Christie stuff. We're kind of entering into a little renaissance of the murder mystery,
The
and
Poirot's.
I'm loving it. So this definitely fits into that, and is my number 3. Only Murders in the Building. I didn't mention Selena Gomez, who's great in it as well.
That's what I was about to say. Like, that's the biggest surprise for me. Is like, as much as I was like, oh, I'm gonna love the show because it's Steve Martin Short, Selena Gomez is so good in this.
Holds her own. Yeah, holds her own with those guys for sure. Definitely.
Yeah.
All right, on to our number 2s.
Yep.
Andrew, what do you got at number 2?
I know, with What We Do in the Shadows.
Nice choice.
This has the funniest moment in all of television last year, and that's whenever they strap the Baron's torso to that hellhound, which is the golden retriever, and he's just plopping down, the sidewalk.
Yeah.
This is one of the funniest shows ever made. Like, you gotta love every single person. I know Laszlo's my favorite character, but I know Aaron, yours is Guillermo is your favorite character.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could tell me any one of these people is your favorite character, and I would get it.
Right.
They're all so good. When this show came out, I'm like, please. I mean, the movie was so good. Just don't ruin it. I think the show is funnier than the movie, and I know that might be hypocrisy to say, but you know what? I'm going to commit. This show is so funny. I think that I would rather put on this show than the movie. It's brilliant.
I don't think that's hyperbole. I think the show is better than the movie is now. It's definitely got a longer run and is doing some really fun stuff. I also thought, like, the way it ended this last season was really bold. I thought there were some some bold choices that happened towards the end of the season, and I'm digging it. I'm digging What We Do in the Shadows.
If I'd have finished the season yet, it would be on my list.
Yeah.
I love
all right, Robert, your number 2.
This might still get trumped, but this is where I have Ted Lasso.
Trump.
Aaron, your number 2.
9/11, One Day in America.
Oh, interesting choice. I did not think of this as a TV show, but this is incredible. It's an incredible docuseries. So good choice.
Yeah, National Geographic coming up with a 20-year anniversary for 9/11 stuff. Just the amount of work that they put into it, like finding people that they can find in old footage, restoring old footage. As somebody who was 6 when 9/11 happened, didn't really understand. I don't feel like I truly understood what was going on until I saw this show. So excellent.
Yeah, it's incredible documentary filmmaking that they're doing in this show. It is why I love documentary filmmaking, is because of some of the things they're doing here. The way they're following certain people and finding in all this footage places where they were and telling these stories, and it's well constructed. The episodes are well constructed. It's really, really good stuff. So I'm glad you brought it up.
I don't know if I could watch that.
It's very heavy. You will
of course, yes.
It either gave me anxiety or tears every episode, and there's I think 6 episodes. So a lot of times both anxiety and tears.
Yeah, because just I remember that day more vividly than like really any other day. It's so trying to relive that. I don't know. How easy that would be.
Totally understandable. I already know for a fact that my number 2 is getting trumped. I have Ted Lasso at number 2, so we'll talk about that here shortly. Let's get to our number 1s. Andrew, what do you have for your number 1 TV show of 2021?
I am shocked nobody else had this on their list. Like, insanely shocked. I'm Squid Game.
Yeah, no, it's in my honorable mentions, but it just didn't quite crack my top 5. Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah, I mean, that blows my mind. Nobody else had Squid Game. The Gyambu episode was like the biggest emotional roller coaster of the entire year for me. Like, it hurt so much.
Yeah.
But the show, I mean, it took over the world. It did, So, yeah, it's my top show of 2021.
I totally understand what you're saying. There are so many things that I really love about Squid Game, but it's also just one of those where it's like it's this great show that just doesn't have whatever that thing for me that kind of, like I probably would have had it at number 6 if I'm being honest. So, it's just a minor distinction, but yeah, I totally get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Andrew and I talked about this on the Writers Room podcast this week. The thing for me about this show is that I never got a sense that like our main characters were going to die. Like they kill them off slowly sometimes, but like there's an episode where it's tug of war. And it's like, obviously, they're not going to kill the only
They end the
people.
episode as if, oh no, what's going to happen?
The better way to do this show is to have it focus on more people, not just the small group.
You know what I figured out about that moment? Why I think they did it that way? Because there is no suspense in that moment, but they end the episode with it. I think they did it that way so that they could have a little bit of a Squid Game in both those episodes, because neither of those episodes have one of the games in them, like before or after that. And so that way it can kind of feel, I could be totally wrong, but
Andrew brought up the fact that it's the first time they would have to directly kill others.
Yeah.
So that's the tension.
Yeah. The first 2 games is them trying to survive the masks, This is them actively having to kill somebody else.
I would argue the beats play more that they're in danger, not that they're struggling with a moral choice of killing someone. But yeah. I totally see that. I can totally see that. No, it's a great choice. It's obviously right up there for me as well. So yeah, Squid Game, number 1 for Andrew. Robert, what's your number 1?
No surprise, coming after my best moment of the year, non-TV moment or non-movie moment, but number 1 is Succession.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Yeah, seasons 1 and 2 are great, are like incredible great. Season 2 is better than season 1, and I think season 3 is even better than season 2. There's just so much about this show that I love, like starting with the character dynamics and the humor that comes from it. Then of course the biting commentary on the rich. But most importantly, or most notably to me, is just the interpersonal dynamics, the idea of how trauma affects people throughout their entire lives, how they deal with it, how it perpetuates. There's just so much about Succession that I love, on top of the big moments that I mentioned at the top of the show. So yeah, it's perfect to me.
Yeah, I love Succession as well. It was in my honorable mentions. I totally agree that each season has been better than the last. I think it is really astonishing character work, and it's an incredible show. So good call. All right, Aaron, it is time to talk about Ted Lasso. Let's do it.
Here's the biggest thing that this show has done right. I mean, aside from the balance that they do well of a reality and comedy, the biggest thing about this show is that they've turned this from this is a show about Ted Lasso to this is a show about this club. Season 1 is pretty much entirely about Ted, but they've developed the characters in a way so much that I care just as much about Sam Obisanya and Roy Kent and the boss, Rebecca, and Keeley's character, and Coach Beard and Nate, seeing all of them, even Higgins coming in with some really surprise moments this season. Danny Rojas, like every character belongs here. Every character. I'm never sad when the camera goes away from Ted Lasso, which is saying something, because Sudeikis is killing it.
I mean, this is a deeper, heavier season than the season prior. So
the stuff you're dealing with Nathan this season is, it became clear after a few episodes that this was a season about Nathan and his, his progression. And I think it's really kind of amazing what they're doing with some of these characters and the character movements that are going on here. Yeah, for sure.
There's a moment between Roy and Jamie that just devastated me in like the 6th or 7th episode.
Yeah. No, I know exactly the moment you're talking about.
Yeah.
The reason why I didn't have Ted Lasso up at my number 1 spot is actually because of Nathan, because like I understood like his history, how that could have affect him, you know, and how he turned out to be who he was. but it was his relationship with Ted and his actual, like, his growth of disdain with Ted that I didn't understand. And I've watched the whole season several times now, and I don't buy his his immediate growth of hatred for Ted, because I feel Ted was the only one who ever, was like, you're the new guy. And he, like, brought him up because he believed in him, not because he felt sorry for him. It was because he thought that he had something. So that immediate switch that made him grow gray hair within the span of,
8 episodes.
a year. I just didn't buy that. But other than that,
he's probably dying it or something. No, it's the Roy Kent stuff that sells that for me. I do think it's gradual, and I do think that basically resentment is a powerful human emotion, and the way this show is dealing with the idea of resentment is part of what I'm talking about with dealing with some really complex things, because it's not that Nathan hates Ted. He resents what Ted is doing for someone else, for Roy Kent, because he's been there the whole time, and Roy has been this, in his mind, this terrible person. And what he's doing is he's seeing his new father figure. He's all of a sudden putting him into the same category as his old father figure, as somebody who doesn't respect him, doesn't understand him because of his resentment. So I feel like the show, I mean, it's a TV show, so you're never going to get, as much as you need in those motions. But I think over the season, it built pretty convincingly, and it added in the Keeley stuff as another part of that, resentment, is how she sees him. And like, everybody sees him as, he thinks everybody sees him as this loser, and he's going to prove them wrong, and he resents them for it. So, yeah.
Well, the moment that gave me clarity from what you're saying, Andrew, where I really bought into Nathan's, is where he's scrolling through Twitter and he's seeing everybody talk so highly of him, and he sees one tweet that says that he's a bad coach, or he was a bad thing, and he goes and he flips out on Colin, the new kit man. That's the moment where I really realized, like, this isn't a Ted problem. This is a Nathan has deep issues problem. This is a person that can't withstand what's going on.
I guess it's just, if they focus more, because I didn't buy the hate towards Roy either, because, like, Roy, here's the problem. We're coming into this with Ted Lasso. We're not having any prior knowledge of this club beforehand. So as soon as Ted shows up, Roy is like telling Jamie, "Hey, don't bully Nathan anymore." He's like, don't do that anymore. And if Ted had shown more love towards Jamie than he does towards Roy, I could buy that growth, because Jamie was always horrible towards him.
Right.
So, granted, I love this show so much. And I think it's obvious that it's going to be our pick, but
well, we'll get there. Hey, who knows? Maybe I'll convince you with my number one. Who knows what's
hasn't been on any of our lists.
Hasn't been on anybody's list, but who knows?
What do you got?
My number one is Station 11, coming in right under the wire. This is my favorite TV show since Watchmen. It is the most complete and intricately plotted show I've seen since then, and it makes me just want more shows like this, where it's just like, it plays with the progression. It shows you stuff it jumps around in time, much like Watchmen did, but it is so careful with the information it's giving you, and when it gives you that information, that it is answering the questions you want answered exactly when you need them answered. And I absolutely dug this show. It is based on a book. I don't know if, from those in my life that have read the book, that have watched this, they love the show too. They're just more aware of maybe things that it changed, things that it did. The thematic stuff this is doing, the stuff about about the power of art, and why art is important even when the world seems to be ending, is just so meaningful and powerful to me. It is a incredibly told story about how incredible storytelling is. And I absolutely dig it. Absolutely love it. And, you know, Mackenzie Davis is just incredible. As anybody who has watched her in anything knows, especially Halt and Catch Fire. Just incredible stuff. So yeah, Station 11 is my number one. Nice. For 2021. And you are not wrong, Andrew. I think it is an obvious pick considering we all four had it in our top 5. Is that right?
All top 3 at least.
Top 3.
Yeah, you had it at 3, Andrew. So Andrew had it at 3. Robert and I had it at 2, and Aaron had it at 1. Ted Lasso, congratulations on the Sifty for best television show of 2021. There you go. We did it, guys. Woo! We did a podcast. We did.
Yeah, we did.
We did part 1, a little more complete of a podcast than Dune is a complete movie, but but there is there is a part 2 coming at some point. So yes, thank you so much for joining us for SiftPop today. It is part of the Studio DNA Podcast Network. You can find out more about other shows on the network at studiodna.media or by searching Studio DNA in your podcast player. Big thanks to Andrew for hanging out again today.
Oh, thank you, buddy.
Yeah, of course. A big thanks to producer Phil for producing the audio and video show. Thanks to Aaron and Robert. Guys, thanks for being with us today. I guess we probably want to send people to SiftPop.com. We talked about it a little bit before. Anything else you guys want to promote? Maybe the podcast or anything else that's going on that you want to send people to?
Yeah, I mean, just SiftPop Writers Room, also part of the Studio DNA network. It's just a chance for me to hang out with all the other SiftPop writers, so you can not only see their work but hear their voice. And Robert's on there once a month. We talk about some classics. Maybe we'll shoehorn in the Last Picture Show sometime soon, since we were talking about
nice. Robert, your YouTube channel's kind of doing some good stuff, right? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I do video essays on YouTube. Robert's Thoughts is the channel. I'm up to about 200 or so subscribers.
Nice.
It's fun to see support, fun to see people interacting with the videos. So yeah, I'm going to keep that up if you want to go check out what I do.
Very, very cool. So yes, please check out both of those things. We appreciate it. You can also support what goes on here by being a SiftPop member. Starts at $3 a month. You can check out all the fun perks at the different levels at patreon.com/SiftPop. Lots of ways to connect with us. You can leave a comment, a rating, or a review at Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen. Or you can email us, feedback@SiftPop.com. And finally, if you're having a good time, your movie-loving friends will probably like the show too, so make sure you let them know about it and that listening is much easier than agreeing on the most overrated movie of the year. We will be back next week with part 2 of the Sifties, and we will see you then. All right, that is part 1. We will get into part 2. Anybody need a break before we move on? If so, that's fine. I'll sit here and chat with the chat.
Yeah,
I gotta read this news headline real quick.
Right on.
Search for missing lab monkeys after truck carrying 100 primates crashes in the U.S.
Oh, 12 monkeys is happening. Fun.
Yeah.
That's good to know. Yes, go ahead, take a break. I'll chat with the chat here for a bit while we kind of break between shows.
I love Nick Tokyo saying he loves Ted Lasso as much as he hates tea.
It's so true. It's so true. Nick also saying that he liked WandaVision, but Loki edged it out by a sliver. I really liked Loki as well. Probably my my second favorite of the Marvel shows. Heath saying, great part 1, gang. Thanks. Appreciate that. I just really appreciate everybody just giving up their Saturday. Like, we don't usually do these marathon recordings, but it's good. It's good to get it done since we're all together. Jay Bourgeois says Titan or Power of the Dog were the most overrated. Don't get the love for either. You know, Jay Bourgeois, I'm with you on Titan. There's something about shocking movies like that I understand where the love comes from, because it's like, I've never seen anything like this. This is, but it has to be something more for me. There has to be a value or a reason for what's going on being shocking. And I don't know that Titan delivers that for me. I think it wants to be a character exploration, and it's just not a character exploration that I'm necessarily tuned into or want. The other part of it that I get is the visual part of it. There is also this idea that, sometimes for people, the visuals are the most incredible thing. That is part of cinema. Like, ooh, look at this incredible stuff, like this art that's being put on the screen. That doesn't necessarily appeal to me as much as it appeals to a lot of other people. So yeah, Titan missed me as well. Power of the Dog, I kind of love Power of the Dog. I was mixed on it when I came out, and it's just grown and grown and grown on me. I think there's some really incredible, intricate story work that's being done to tell that story, and in a way that the turn at the end feels almost necessary. It almost feels like you can't really that the whole movie has been about the end. And I think that's why I was middling coming out, because for a lot of the movie I was like, what am I trying to connect to here? And the end locked everything in place in a way that just grew on me over time. That is a really risky move to make with a movie, I think, to do that kind of thing where it's like, oh, we're going to take all of the importance of this movie and make it rest on how we finish it out. And but I think it worked for me. The end locked everything in for me quite a bit. Let's see. Nick says, late to the party, did Dexter New Blood count or appear? I think it would have counted in New TV, but I don't think it made any of our lists. You know what I didn't do? I didn't mention any of my because you guys actually took most of my honorable mentions for TV, but I can look back at that because I think there was one that we didn't talk about. There were two. Schmigadoon, I really, really enjoyed. That was in my honorable mentions.
That was last year, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think so. I mean, when I looked it up, I thought it was.
I had a lot of shows that I just didn't think, or I wasn't sure on, because mid-season sort of thing, like where does a mid-season count, or as opposed to a full season? Like I would have had Attack on Titan or
that should have counted, I think. Yeah.
Now that I think about it, because you said had AC or add
any
an
new
episode.
Yeah, new episode in the year, yeah.
So yeah, my list would have been different now that I think about it, because I would have had like Attack on Titan and Demon Slayer in mine.
Jay Bourgeois mentions Arcane. Was that 2021? Man,
it was.
Was it December? So I've only watched the first episode, and it did not lock me in enough to continue watching. But I may. It's still on my list. There are several things ahead of it, but it's still on my list.
Yeah, the show went in a direction I was not expecting, but greatly appreciated for its uniqueness. So
he says Titania add value to me in the story. The father figure, the firefighter, I thought the lead character was a red herring for the audience to follow. She was more of a plot device for the story. That was not my read, but I'm glad you got that out of it. Let's see. Nick said, I watched Watchmen on 2 sittings on Aaron's recommend. Looking forward to Station 11. I think you'll love it. I think it's pretty incredible.
Have you seen Yellow Jacket yet?
No, it's on my list.
Yeah, everybody's talking about Yellow Jacket being a great show, but same with you. It's on my list.
And then the other TV that I didn't mention was Girls 5 Eva. Was another really fun one that I wanted to give a shout out to.
Girls what?
5 Eva. It's all one word. It's a
you had a stroke in the middle of talking. Like
no,
Girls.
No. Nope. Girls 5
I
Eva.
totally meant to mention the Beatles docuseries also.
Oh yeah, that's.
I didn't know whether it counted as a movie.
I think that's more a movie. But man, it's so making those distinctions is so hard sometimes.
Yeah.
I don't hold it against anybody for either choice, putting it in either category, because I think you can make it fit in both. So
I think the only show I didn't get to mention was The Nevers on HBO Max. I really like that one.
Nice.
A show that I should have put on my list, because for a while it was my number one show, and it was an Apple original. Now that I'm talking about it, I'm having a brain fart, but that's not Servant. Oh, come on.
Mythic Quest Foundation, Mr. Corman.
Foundation. That's the one.
Let me make sure the world's not ending here.
Yeah, that's what I was doing first. I was like, I got to make sure, because the show's coming out a week later,
Yeah.
Buddy, it already did, in the words of Bill Burnham.
That's right.
Yeah, definitely the Foundation is, it should have made my list.
Nice. Okay. I think we're ready. We're just doing. We've got 4 segments, right? We've got performances, counting down our top 10 performances, which is going to take a while because there's 4 of us, and then we'll do nominations for moments, and that'll be nomination style. And then we'll count down our top 10 movies. So that'll be plenty with 4 of us to do 2 countdowns like that, and then the 1 nomination thing. And then I will just count down the official SiftPop countdown.
Our performances in films, though, BEC style, are we doing something different?
Yes, we can do those BEC style. That's fine. That'll save us some time too. So, yeah. Live audience, thank you for hanging out with us on a Saturday morning. And I think Aaron and Robert, you had already kind of taken a break when I said this, but just thank you for giving up your Saturday to do this. I know it's a mega recording, so really appreciate your time. It means a lot. I can't
think of many more ways I'd like to spend a Saturday morning.
It's fun, right? It's fun. Yeah, we're having a good time.
Sleeping in, yeah.
I just realized I have to think of new intros for everybody. So give me just a second. Why don't you two talk to the live? Or you 3 talk to the live audience for a while?
Let's see what we got.
I don't know if we had anything.
I'm scrolling back up because I don't want
Phil
to.
Phil could pop in and even talk to the live audience for a little bit if you wanted to. Like, what were some of Phil's thoughts about 2021?
Barb and Star is amazing. Went from not even wanting to see it and having to be convinced by my wife to loving it and being top 10 movie of the year for me. Amazing. And that's the one Heath bar.
Yeah.
I was not expecting much. Yeah, that's it, man. That movie, I'm glad. Have you ever there's sometimes there's a movie I'm like, man, I really want people to see this because I don't want it to go, unnoticed. And then the more people see it, they come back and they say, you know what, that was actually a really fun movie. And it's one of those, and it just makes you happy that people appreciate it just as much as you do.
Me and my wife watched it on our honeymoon in the Dominican in December. Jake agrees with me. Power of the Dog's overrated. So.
I think Power of the Dog is pretty great. I didn't get it like the first hour, and then it all started coming together slowly until like the bang of the last shot.
Well, we got Canada joining us today. Cheers to you, Nick.
From Ottawa.
Coffee, I promise. It's not spiked with anything.
Spiked with milk.
Spiked with Almond Joy creamer from International Delight. And sugar.
Nice. Yeah. Oh, Letterkenny would have been in my honorable mentions because I think that's probably the funniest show on TV. But I think like What We Do in the Shadows and those, they actually have more to say than Letterkenny. It's just a funny show.
Mm-hmm. And I'm excited to get in the Letterkenny, especially as a hockey fan.
I feel. And say I'm very not impressed that nobody mentions Loki from the Disney Plus.
Yeah, I was surprised that there was a lack of Marvel shows getting shouted out. Like Hawkeye. Was Hawkeye this year or last year?
Yeah, Hawkeye was just okay for me. I thought the Falcon and Winter Soldier was also kind of okay to, kind of liked it.
But what if?
I loved Loki, man. I was just hooked on every single episode. I couldn't wait to see, how the mystery was going to unravel, what they did with introducing new characters and setting up the future of Marvel films. I thought Loki was stellar.
I liked Loki, but WandaVision has more to say, is a better show, was more entertaining for me.
Yeah.
Yep. I don't know if I'm the majority opinion on that. And I just haven't gotten around to Hawkeye yet, but I'm really excited because just the trailer felt Shane Blackian, and I've heard that the show even feels like it's got that vibe to it.
Well, you love Shane Black, Aaron.
I love him. Yeah.
I mean, isn't Nice Guys your favorite movie of all time?
Nice Guys is my favorite movie of all time. Shane Black and Ryan Johnson are my 2 favorite people working in Hollywood. Damien Chazelle too. There you go. Those are the 3. So, yeah, Knives Out 2, by the way, just got announced for a late 2022 release. So, can we retroactively add that to our?
There's no way it's coming out 2022.
Well,
it's a Netflix movie, so it's not going to get pushed back for theaters.
Yeah. Production will push it back.
So let's just retroactively add it to our most anticipated this year.
Yeah.
Replace it instead of John Wick 4 for you, Andrew. since that did get pushed back.
Yeah, I already forgot what my list. It's like Aaron says, like there's a catch element to doing a most anticipated of the year at the beginning. Like,
Right.
yeah, we have an idea, but so many of those movies are going to get pushed and switched around.
Yeah.
So,
Were you talking about
as
Mission
it
Impossible?
stands.
Is that why this came up? 'Cause
No,
just
Knives Out got
No,
added.
Knives Out getting pushed back.
No, Knives Out
Potentially,
got announced.
potentially. Yeah.
It's in post-production, so they're not going to get.
Yeah, Knives Out 2.
Yeah,
Do they film 2 and 3 back to back, or are
Forks
they...
in.
I don't think
really?
so. I think they're different stories.
I just didn't
Knives
know if
Out
they were just
2,
filming
Knives
back to
in.
back, or if, you know, or I mean, they've announced 2 more, so.
All right, I think I've got suitably terrible intros for everybody, so I think we can get moving. Thank you for your patience, and Phil, I'm just gonna start into it. I figure you can edit in post. So here we go. Live from a bunker in the heart of the Ozarks, a podcast that's delivering on its part 2 before Dune. It's SiftPop. Welcome to SiftPop Weekly, streaming live most Saturday mornings, are available to download later in your podcast feed, unless, of course, you're a patron.
Patrons get perks.
Patrons get those perks.
Back to.
I'm your host, Aaron Dicer, and every performance is his best of the year. It's Andrew Ormsby, ladies and gentlemen.
Ahoy!
Each week we'll chat about movies, TV, and whatever else from the pop culture universe is on our minds. And please welcome our guest this week. He's still talking about Come On, getting robbed. It's Robert Buffard.
Hello.
Woo!
And he's trying to remember why exactly he did like Reminiscence. It's Aaron Schweitzer.
Yeah! Woo!
Guys, welcome to part 2 of the
been forever.
Sifties. Man, thanks for coming back a week later, guys.
Man, it's
Yeah.
been a long week.
It has.
I even
How's
made sure to
everybody
put on
been
the
this
same
week?
shirt.
Same shirt. None of us showered. Yeah.
We're filming back to back, unlike Dune.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yes, we are doing this the correct way. We're excited to get into it. We have a lot to talk about because we're doing 2 full countdowns with all 4 of us. The categories for part 2 of the Sifties are the big boys. You got the best performances of the year. As previously, the last several years, we do not distinguish for gender or amount of time or anything. These are just the best performances we saw on the screen in 2021. And then we'll have our best movies of the year as well. And again, I will mention that some of those you may think of as 2020 movies, because of the way the awards calendar went last year. But there are plenty of movies that came out in January or February last year that, even though they were up for awards of 2020, are technically 2021 movies that we didn't see until this year. So just a heads up on that. We will do, between those 2 big categories, we will do our favorite moments of the year, favorite movie moments. That will be nomination style. We'll each have 3 nominations and pick a favorite of those. We will also pick a favorite of the best performance and best movie between the 4 of us. We will agree on one, and then we will kick it off, of course, with the official SiftPop top 31 movies this year, I think is what we're going to do. So basically, each year the top list is determined by how many movies get at least 2 votes. And if a movie gets 2 votes, it gets on the list. So I think there were 31 movies that got at least 2 votes this year. We will talk more about that as we finish up with that later. So like I said, lots to do. So let's go ahead and get into it. We will kick it off with the top 10 performances of 2021. I said a lot of different years. I don't know if I got them all right, but I think we're doing 2021. All right, we'll go from number 10 to number 1.
That's what I did.
We are doing
Solicitate.
BEC rules, so if you have something higher, feel free to trump it, and maybe we'll have some honorable mentions at the end. We will see. Let's kick it off with number 10. Aaron, you're going to start. What is your number 10 performance of 2021?
Yeah, this one has a lot of baggage attached to it. So Daniel Craig in 007.
Interesting. Okay.
It's maybe not quite like to the caliber of an Oscar win, but I think he's done so much incredible stuff with the character, especially as simultaneously watching some of the old ones. Like just him in this movie as compared to something like Roger Moore and Live and Let Die is two different franchises, I think he's made quite the legacy for himself.
Yeah. Good choice.
Very close to putting him on my list. Very close.
He's great. He's absolutely great in this. So yeah, I don't begrudge that choice at all. Robert, what do you got at number 10?
I'm gonna redeem this movie. I'm gonna keep doing it. I'm putting Joaquin Phoenix and Come On at number 10.
Nice.
Because Joaquin, I always think of as like intense, or there's something, something off about his character. But this one, he's very tender, and I don't often see that from him. And I really loved it. I felt so comforted by it. And I was anxious when he was anxious. I loved when he loved. He drew me in completely. I loved that performance. One of my favorites of his.
Very nice. Joaquin Phoenix in at number 10. Andrew, what do you got for your number 10?
You may hate the movie, but I hope you can at least appreciate the performance in this movie. I'm going Tahar Rahim in The Mauritanian.
Okay.
Yeah. I think he is working on another level compared to some A-list actors. I mean, he's going up against Jodie Foster. Even though she's young, Shailene Woodley has definitely, made a name for herself as an amazing actress. And Benedict Cumberbatch, who I know you don't like, even though he's my number one on this list. No. But I think Tahar Rahim is killing it in this movie. Great performance.
Yeah. Good choice. Good choice. They are great in The Mauritanian. My number 10 is Mike Feist from West Side Story. I really okie dokie.
I was going to give you a little bit of a. I was going to see what you're in. Nope.
Does he play the main jet, or?
He is. Yes,
he's the main jet.
He's yes. Why is the character's name slipping my brain right now? I've
Is it
seen
Benny?
West Side.
No, it's not Finn.
I was just trying to get a picture of who that was.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. It's just slipping my brain right now.
There's a lot of people in West Side Story, and only like 3 of them are household names.
Riff. Thank you. Yes. So there you go. All right, so we'll talk about that later, but let's go to our number 9s. Aaron, what do you got at number 9?
Yeah, a movie I love I haven't got to talk about yet. Rebecca Hall in The Night House.
Okay, talk about it.
Yeah, I'm conflicted on how I feel about this movie because I love it. To me, this is like in the style of The Invisible Man from last year. It feels a lot like Black Bear from last year as well. 2 movies that I absolutely loved. I really loved The Night House. Rebecca Hall giving a really incredible standout performance in the lead. It's a movie that I know Robert saw because I kept on hyping up the movie and her performance. He didn't really love it, but I haven't seen it since theaters. I'm not sure how much that played into it, but lots to love about specifically Rebecca Hall's performance here.
I have not seen this movie. I missed this one this last year, so I'll have to put that on the watch list.
I mean, and I know horror is not really your thing. It's not really my thing either. Generally. But if this is more like along the lines of Invisible Man,
Okay. All right.
Honestly, the trailers got me intrigued. Like, I'm like, okay, so what's going on with, is this possible parallel universes colliding and stuff like that? I had a lot of questions and I did want answered. So it's just one that I never got around to seeing, but I kind of do want to see it.
Yeah, it's great. You should check it out.
I will.
Rebecca Hall, The Night House, in at number 9 for Aaron. Robert, what's your number 9?
Andrew Garfield, Tick, Tick, Boom.
Trump.
Yeah, I was waiting.
Andrew, what is your number 9?
I'm going to go with Toby Huss in Cop Shop.
That's a decent choice.
I loved his character. Like, obviously, you're not supposed to love his character, but
right.
It's such a wild, eccentric, crazy character that brought a little bit of levity to an otherwise really tense, dark, surprisingly good movie.
Yeah, I think everybody's really good in that movie. He is the most showy of the performances, I think, and so that may be a love it or hate it kind of thing. But I think it works. Speaking of *Halt and Catch Fire*, I just it's so different than that or other stuff that I've seen him in. So yeah.
I was really close to not having him on this list and having Alexis Louder just because she was a nobody that I'd ever heard of. And I really loved her performance, but I think Toby Huss is so I guess, like you said, colorful and charismatic as opposed to
Yeah.
everybody else. He stands out.
Yeah, I would have gone with Alexis, but I
Yeah,
don't
me too.
begrudge you the Toby choice either. It's an
Yeah.
incredible performance. My number 9 is Will Smith in King Richard.
Trump.
All right.
I'm not going to let you talk.
Nope.
at all.
I'll talk when it's my turn, apparently.
Yeah.
We're on to our number 8. Aaron, what is your number 8?
This is my King Richard acting pick. I have Anjanou Ellis, the wife. I think
Trump.
she's the standout. I wasn't expecting that. So,
All right. Your number 8, Robert.
Kristen Stewart and Spencer.
No
Trumps?
Yeah. No. I have my honorable mentions.
That's my number 1, man. I love this movie.
No, yeah, I honestly haven't seen too much from Kristen Stewart, but I really, really loved her in this because I really love the movie. I don't think it really works if she's not selling everything that she's going through. I'd push back against Andrew's point from part 1 from last week, which is that I think things kind of build up for her. She has the same mindset the whole time, but she has conversation after conversation that kind of builds up and just kind of, it all comes to a head at the end. And there's one scene that's kind of a fantasy scene in a house by herself that's just otherworldly. So she does like those big acting moments great, and then she also does those small intimate moments well as well.
That scene you're talking about really made me think, was this scene in particular directed by Guillermo del Toro? Because it felt like it. It
Yeah.
really did.
Yeah. Since we're talking about Spencer, I will just say this movie has been one of the biggest growers for me on the year from when I first saw it to now. I really want to see it again because I want to see if that growth is legit. But man, it's such a mood. This movie is such a mood, and I don't know that I was ready for the type of mood it was when I watched it the first time.
That's a
but
good way to put it.
I think it's really well done. All right, I think we're on Andrew. Your number 8.
This is where I have Emma Stone and Cruella.
Oh, nice.
nice.
Yeah. Yeah, she made the character her own. Once I resided myself in thinking, okay, she's not doing the same Cruella that we've known from the 101 Dalmatians. She's not this psychotic animal killer. She's this vengeful artist who is slowly falling into this character that she's created, and you don't know when she's being the character and when she's being herself, or if this character is becoming who she really is the whole time. Yeah, it was fascinating to see that character develop throughout the film. So,
no, I think it's a good choice. I definitely think it's a good choice. Let's see if I get to talk about one this time. My number 8 is, and I'm going to mispronounce this, and I apologize, but I'm going to go with Renate Renciv for Worst Person in the World. This performance is astonishing to me. This movie is astonishing to me. It's really good work. It is a French film. If you haven't seen it, I just read an article recently about this movie that conjectured if this movie was in English, it would be competing in all categories. And I don't know that they're wrong. And that's, I understand that. I get that. But it is a pretty incredible film. And there are some segments in this that blew my mind. So
I thought this was a Norwegian film.
Did I get that wrong? I'm sorry. I think you're right. I think I said French, but I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think it's Scandinavian.
Yeah.
And I apologize for that. But yeah, anyways, if you haven't seen Worst Person in the World, I think it should be available on a VOD soon, hopefully. I know it's expanding a little bit in theaters, so you might be able to check it out there. But she is absolutely astonishing and incredible in it. So that is my number 8. All right, on to number 7s. What do you got, Aaron?
Yeah, this is a movie I was surprised that you didn't have in overrated or underrated. Sorry, I have Zendaya and Malcolm and Marie.
Yeah, that's a good choice.
Yeah, they're both giving incredible performances, but Zendaya is the standout to me. The scene that I can't shake from my head is the one where she's threatening him with a knife.
Yes. Oh, so good. I'm going to be honest. I totally spaced on this being available for this year because, again, it was in last year's award season, and
it didn't get nominated for next for anything really.
For hardly anything, I absolutely would have had Zendaya in my top 10 performances. And yeah, so I'm glad you picked up my slack on that one.
And I know Malcolm and Marie is a movie that people either love or hate. I loved it when I saw it, but I've kind of gone down on it a little bit because it's just really pretentious.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Oh, it's definitely pretentious for sure. I don't argue that at all. I just think it's incredibly well done.
Yep.
It almost earns its pretension at some points for me. So yeah. Good choice. So Robert, your number 7.
This is where I have Dev Patel and The Green Knight.
Nice.
That's your number 7?
Yeah.
Me too.
Well, there you go. Let's talk about it now.
Yeah, he's just otherworldly great again. I was thinking about it the other day. I've seen the movie twice now, but I was thinking about it because I was taking a 3-hour car drive. The difference between how he is in the beginning, how he is on his quest, and then how he is in that flash forward sequence is stark. Like, those are 3 completely different performances, and he sells each one perfectly. I think that flash forward sequence at the end is just absolutely astonishing.
We'll talk about it later.
Yes. The way that, just his whole demeanor completely shifts in those 3 different segments of the movie. And on top of that, he's just insanely charismatic.
Yeah, good choice, Dev Patel. In at Andrew and Robert's number 7. Andrew, did you have more you wanted to say about it?
Yeah, it's interesting because Gawain, the arrogance to humbleness, that story. It's like Robert said, it does take place in those 3 segments, but the segue, like the transition from each to the next step of that character development, is so smooth. And I don't know if it's because you're so distracted by the vibrancy of the movie and like how visually stunning it is, but I do think that really his performance stands above in some of those like moments where you're like, oh wow, so there's a giant, bald person now walking across this tribe of giants walking across. Oh, he's a little bit more humble now because he's seeing the world. He seems so, and I don't mean this, Aaron, I don't mean to take your pun, but he seems so green. He seems so green, and
I mean, that's part of the point of the title. I mean, it is the double meaning of the title. Yeah,
exactly. Sure. Yeah. He's stellar. He is truly stellar. I love this movie a lot.
Good choice. Good choice at your number 7s. My number 7, I think we're back to me getting trumped. Maybe not. My number 7 is Ann Dowd in Mass.
Yeah, I'll trump that.
All right. Comes in.
You said Mass, and I'm like, oh, Aaron Schweitzer, attack.
All right, let's do our number 6s. Schweitzer, what do you got?
We'll see if this gets trumped. Jessica Chastain in The Eyes of Tammy Faye.
Yes, I will trump that.
Oh.
So, yeah, I'll trump you both. You both. Robert, what is your number 6?
Rebecca Ferguson in Dune. I think she is the standout performance as much as I love Timothée Chalamet just overall, just as a performer and as an actor. Her performance is so good that every time I try to think of her name, all I can think of is Jessica because that's the character's name.
Yeah.
And I always think it's Jessica Ferguson. I'm like, no, that's not right. She has to play stoic in a way that's really impressive for me. It's different from what I've seen her do before, and I know she was in Reminiscence, but she's like a different kind of stoic in this than in Reminiscence. But at the same time, she has like those moments where Paul's hand is in the box and she's off in the corner just absolutely freaking out and worrying about what's about to happen in there. I think she has the most layered and nuanced performance out of all the performers in Dune. Everyone's great, and it was one of my favorite movies, as we'll see later, but I just had to pick someone. She's easily the best.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree. I recently heard someone refer to Timothée Chalamet as a Spice Boy, and I now cannot get that out of my head. So yes, Rebecca Ferguson is a good choice at number 6. Andrew, your number 6, I believe, has been trumped. Yep. So we're on to my number 6. This is where I have Anjanou Ellis from King Richard. Okay. So my number 6 was Aaron's number 8, I believe.
Yep.
So yeah, this is my favorite performance in that movie. Will is great. He was on my list. Ingenue is better, and I think she has the most powerful moments in the film. Some of her conversations with the Richard character, some of her conversations with her daughters. I think she's doing incredible work here. So yeah, I wanted to recognize Ingenue Ellis. What else did you want to say, Aaron, about Ingenue?
No, just this could have easily been the performance that people forgot about, or the you cast somebody that it, because the focus is on Richard and the daughters, but she elevates this performance to actually mean something to the film.
Yes. Yeah, she has the most crucial work in the movie, in my opinion, because she is the one bringing King Richard down to earth. She's the one trying to make this overbearing human likable. She's the one we're trying to see him through her eyes in many ways in the movie. It's crucial stuff.
There's two scenes I can think of in particular. One is when there's the obvious one, which is where she kind of has to put Richard in his place
in the
when
kitchen.
they're in the kitchen.
Yeah, the kitchen scene. Yeah.
And then the other one is just when she has to go confront the neighbors because they keep on calling the cops on them. She barely has to say anything, but she's got that 1,000-yard stare that's just like, I'll stop.
Yeah, so good.
Yep.
All right, on to our number 5s. Aaron, what do you got at number 5?
Yeah, here's where I have Jodie Comer in The Last Duel.
Trump.
Nice. Oh, we got a Trump for Comer. All right, Robert, what do you got at number 5?
This is the less acclaimed female performance from Mass, and I think Martha Plimpton is the better of the two, even though all four are incredible.
Yeah.
I was just grounded, taken aback watching that movie when she, everything she does is internal. Ann Dowd is kind of trying to be the peacemaker character, but Martha Plimpton, everything she does is internal. She's trying not to just absolutely lose it at every second. And then when she finally does, it's not in the way that you would really expect. I love every single thing about this performance.
Yeah, I don't begrudge any of these choices.
Yeah.
You could pick any of those 4 in your best performances of the year, and I'd go, yep, it works for me. No, you're absolutely right with what you say about Plimpton in this. She's doing incredible work. So good choice at your number 5. Andrew, you're number 5.
This is where I have Will Smith for King Richard.
All right.
The further I get away from this movie, the more I can appreciate the things that I was not able to because of how I personally felt about, Richard. And so once I was able to kind of separate the real person from the performance and the movie itself, that's when I'm really starting to realize, okay, I think that Will Smith might be the front runner for best performance from a lead actor.
I think he is. I think there's a feeling that it's his time.
It's his time, exactly. Yeah. He's waited long enough. He did Pursuit of Happiness. He's done so many amazing things. This is his moment now. And honestly, I think that this is his best performance that he's ever given. He really transformed into this person. So he became Richard Williams, and it's shocking to see that physical transformation really come to life. You normally only see that from method actors like Christian Bale or Daniel Day-Lewis, to physically transform into somebody. But he does it here. And there's a good portion of this movie where I'm not thinking that's Will Smith. And that's really hard to do when you're Will Smith, to make me believe that you're somebody else, because you are possibly one of the most recognizable faces on the planet. So yeah. Good for him.
Your number 5, my number 9. So, and I don't have a lot to add to that other than to say I think it is his most difficult performance that he's had to do. Although honestly, I guess Concussion was also a really interesting performance for him to try to do. But yeah, so I like what he's doing here, and I think the movie pulls it off.
Ali
well.
was really good.
Yep.
He was nominated for Ali in Pursuit of Happiness, right? But he didn't win either.
Those are the 2 that he got nominated for. Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, I might get pushback on this, but I think another insanely good performance of his is I Am Legend.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
the
no,
movie
that's right.
is all him. It's really him carrying that
Well,
whole
I mean,
thing.
let's be honest. It's not like he's doing bad work in Independence Day. You know what I mean? Like the
Yeah.
work he's doing, even in the movies like Men in Black, Independence Day. Yes, it's more like this is Will Smith, but it's still incredible acting work. So yeah,
100%.
I think he's great. I think he's absolutely great. My number 5 is Denzel. Denzel Washington in The Tragedy of Macbeth. I didn't much care for the movie. Not because it's bad, just because it was hard for that movie to engage me. However, Denzel is absolutely astonishing in that movie. He is doing some great work. I wasn't as impressed with Frances McDormand. I think she's fine in the movie, but Denzel really blew me away. So recognize that here at number 5. All right, on to our number 4s. Getting to the nitty gritty now. Aaron, what do you got at number 4?
I have Kingsley Benadir from One Night in Miami.
Nice. That is clearly, in my mind, a 2020 movie. Did it not come out until
January?
It came out in
very
January.
early
Okay.
January.
Okay, well there you go. I don't mind this pick at all.
To me, he's the standout performance from this movie. I know he was nominated for Best Actor, and he was never going to win, but I was kind of hoping he would.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
I love that movie. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. All right, Robert, what's your number 4?
Number 4, this is where I have Jodie Comer.
Cool.
Yeah, I think everyone in this movie is great in The Last Duel. But
Wait, what movie did you give Kingsley Benadir?
Last Duel.
One Night in
for
Miami.
One Night in Miami. Yeah.
That was 2020.
It was like an early January. It might have had a limited theatrical release.
Yeah.
But it was wide.
I think technically, yes, it had a limited release in 2020, which makes it technically a 2020 movie. But I mean, if you saw it in 2021, no problem bringing it up here.
I just considered, because the way we've typically done, at least on the website, was it has to be widely available.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then there would have been 4 different people in my list. I just want to get that, out right now.
Yeah. Jodie Comer, Last Duel. Go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, like I said, I think everyone's great in this movie, but she bears the brunt of the themes and the message and the story, and she carries it all perfectly on her back. If you're not rooting for her, if you don't believe, well, the point is that you believe the character, but if you don't believe her as an actress, then the movie doesn't work. And I think she is just above and beyond with her performance.
Yeah, I think she is absolutely great in this. My favorite performance. Well, you know what? I won't say yet, since it's in my honorable mentions, and somebody else may have it later. So we'll just hold on that. But yeah, Jodie is asked to do some really interesting stuff here from the key perspective of the film. And when you're dealing with a Rashomon style type movie, that's heavy lifting that she's doing here, and she does it really well. So yeah, I agree. All right. I think, Andrew, we're ready for your number 4.
Yeah, this is where I have my performance from The Last Duel. And it's not the blonde person that Aaron is thinking about, because I know that's who you would have if you were to nominate. I'm actually going with Harriet Walter, who played Matt Damon's mother in this.
Oh.
This is a woman. I think that she is, like, out of everybody in this movie, she is giving the most authentic performance, because it feels like she is the one who has resigned herself to what it means to be a woman living in the Renaissance / medieval times. Like, I am not only a second-class citizen, I'm a second-class human, and I'm just going to hold my head high and live my life the best I can. And the whole thing with Jodie Comer is that she is trying to be like what a modern woman would, react to certain situations. And she's like, what are you doing? This is life. This is how life is supposed to be for you. I'm not being mean to you. I'm being honest. And honestly, if anybody from this movie gets nominated for performance, I have a feeling it will be Jodie Comer, but I think Harry Williams is being just pure magic in this movie.
Nice. Well, that's interesting, because my number 4 performance is Ben Affleck from The Last Duel. No, it's not. I'm just kidding. But it wasn't.
I knew that's who you were gonna have.
So no, my number 4 performance. This is where I have Nicolas Cage for Pig.
I'll trump that.
All right. I wondered if somebody might.
That's so good. I love that.
All right. Let's get on to our number 3s then. What do you got, Aaron?
It's all aboard the MASH train. Let's go, Jason Isaacs.
This is where I have him also, number 3.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Very nice.
Yeah. All 4 leads in this are incredible. They all get lots to do. They all have subtleties or not subtle moments. They're all terrific. They all deserve to be in awards contention. But yeah, Jason Isaacs was a real standout to me.
I just love how he's known for being a villain. You know, Lucius Malfoy, the guy from The Patriot, that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And then here he channels some of that angry energy, but it, again, like his wife in the movie, it's very subdued and internal until it's not. And playing both of those feelings is just insanely great for him.
It's such a testament to this movie that people come away with different favorite performances of these 4, and just how great they are. Because honestly, Reed Birney would probably be my number 2 performance in the movie. I think he's the only one we haven't mentioned, and I think he's astonishing as well. So, but yeah, Jason Isaacs is doing some really, really great work too. What an incredible actor showcase that movie is. And to believe it was, directed by, the stoner from Cabin in the Woods, like just astonishing stuff from Franz
Kranz.
All right. I think that brings us Robert. Oh no, you said Jason Isaacs was also your number 3. So Andrew, I think we're at your number 3.
This is interesting because half of this movie, I don't know if it's a performance or if it's just really the person being themselves. I'm going to go with Bo Burnham's Inside.
Oh, okay. Interesting. I don't begrudge this choice at all. Tell us a little bit about your thinking in putting Bo at your number 3 performance.
It's the simple fact that I don't know when he's performing and when he's not. So I think that shows that for those moments that he is, there's an authenticity to this performance. I get that it's a very personal movie. He's the only one we ever see, and it's really all about him. But at the same time, there are moments where there are moments like when he's faking doing the Twitch stream, or he's faking doing the movie reaction, or he's doing all these things. Like, is this Bo Burnham? Like, yeah, this is really me, or is this like, okay, this would be a funny bit like I could do. It's the simple fact that it's so pure that's what made it so high for me.
I love it. I love it as a choice.
Yeah.
Great job. Number 3 for me is an Academy winning performance. I have Anthony Hopkins in The Father.
That too.
All right,
Wait.
fair enough.
Oh, that was this year too?
Yeah.
Okay, so there are 5.
Yeah, I did the research. One Night in Miami was in one theater in Miami on December 25th and went wide on January 8th.
Yeah, there you go. All right. I think like 70% of my choices have been trumped, but such is life. Aaron, what do you have at number 2?
Yeah, here's where Andout is for Mass.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
To me, her performance is the best because her role requires to be the most subtle. I mean, Robert, I know you mentioned the other female performer. I can't think of her name right now.
Martha Plimpton.
Yeah.
Her role is designed to be on the edge of just about to flip out and hop the table any moment. Whereas Andout's is the peacemaker, the has made peace and is trying to absorb the anger in the room. She's doing really incredible work here because specifically she's given a lot to do, but it's not showy, kind of like the guy in Cop Shop that you mentioned, Andrew.
Toby Huss.
He gets a lot to just play with, and the restraint that all of these actors have to have, specifically Andout, is it's magic on screen.
I agree. I had it at number 7. You had it at number 2. I just think she is doing for me the most difficult of the performances, and the balance she's trying to pull off in that character, to create the empathy she's creating with the situation that's going on in the movie is just really astonishing work for me. By the way, I was just thinking, it took me way too long to understand the double meaning of this title. Like it was months after I had seen it before I was like, oh. So, it's one of those things where this movie is doing so much and so much of it is on her shoulders. So yeah, and Out is my number 7 and your number 2.
Can you explain to me the double meaning of the title thing?
Sure, I can. I don't really want to give it away for those who haven't seen the movie, because it is one of those movies where the less you know going into it.
Yeah.
I think I understand part of it, how it's the situational context of what they're talking about, what they're gathering about.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
I just don't think it's the other one that I understand.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Well, we can chat about that at some point.
Aaron's like, "Oh, that's good for you, but we're not talking about it right now."
Yeah.
All right.
Patreon exclusive.
Robert, what is your number 2?
Here's where I have Nicolas Cage. I can't claim to have seen a lot of Nicolas Cage movies, like where he has a reputation of going over the top and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But here, just as an insular performance, is just so personal, so intimate, so raw, and that's always what draws me to a performance. I think the moment at the fancy restaurant with his old chef is one of the best moments of the year. Spoiler alert. And there's another one where he makes food for a couple people. Just those two moments, if those were the only acting that he did in the whole movie, I think I'd still have him at number 2. But the way he has to play this grief, that's doubled after the opening sequence is just, it's just amazing.
It's astonishing stuff. I do have him at number 4. You have him at number 2. Yeah, this movie blew me away. I was not ready for this Nicolas Cage performance. People are quick to forget how incredible he is when he does the over the top stuff, and I love that he just keeps reminding people, oh, guess what? I'm actually like one of the best actors to ever have lived. So here, let me show you that
Oscar
again.
winner, Nick Cage.
Yeah, right. Bravo to him and what he's doing in this movie. I think you said it very well. I don't need to add too much, but yeah, Nicolas Cage in Pig is my number 4 and Robert's number 2. Andrew, what do you have at number 2?
This is where I have Mike Feist for West Side Story.
Nice.
Yeah, for me, he was the standout performance in the whole movie. It was really close. If I was going to pick anybody from this movie, he was obviously going to be the first one. But another one that I really, really love was David Alvarez, who played Bernardo.
Yeah, he was my favorite.
Yeah, I think that Feist, however you say it, was a more well-rounded character. Like, and maybe it's because we see a lot more of the Jets than we do with the Sharks. But it felt like whenever he was like talking with Ansel Elgort and stuff like that, you could see like he has a love for this character, but he is hating what Ansel Elgort is turning into because he's becoming everything that they'd stood against, like, and honestly, the dancing that he does, the choreography on top of that is stellar. Yeah.
Yep, you've got him at number 2. I've got him at number 10. Yeah, I think he's the standout performance from the movie for me. My number 2 would probably be Ariana DeBose. I think she's incredible in this as well.
Oh, her ending scene is just crazy.
Yeah, it's so good. I think for me, what drives me to the Riff performance is the energy, and he just captures it so well. And yeah, I was really blown away by him in this movie. So yeah, my number 10, Andrew's number 2. So, all right, let's go to my number 2, which I trumped earlier. My number 2 is Jessica Chastain for Eyes of Tammy Faye. I think this is an absolutely astonishing performance. I am blown away by what Chastain does here in absolutely it's not even an impression of Tammy Faye. She just kind of becomes Tammy Faye in this movie, and not just becomes Tammy Faye at a certain point in her life, becomes Tammy Faye for Tammy Faye's entire life. Other than the childhood scenes, which she can't unage, to do.
I don't know. She
she
did pretty good playing her as a college student.
No, the college student stuff is great. I believe she's a college student, and when she's in her 60s, I believe she's in her 60s. Like it's really incredible stuff that's going on here that she's doing. And it's not an easy performance either, because Tammy Faye herself was just a scenery chewing individual in the real world. Like, for her to be able to find the balance of the authenticity of somebody whose whole life seemed inauthentic in many ways, is really a beautiful, beautiful piece of work. So it's not just about incorporating who Tammy Faye is, but just the challenge of, that individual person themselves is part of my love for this performance as well. So yeah, I had to give Chastain love for that performance. Who else had it on their list?
I had it at 6.
All
6.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Andrew and Aaron both had it at number 6. Aaron, what are some of your thoughts?
I mean, we've been bagging on the movie a little bit during part 1. I'm on the low side of this movie, but both Jessica Chastain and Andrew Garfield are really incredible in it. They're for sure the reasons to watch it. And Chastain specifically is given a phenomenal performance. You're right. She doesn't feel like Jessica Chastain. She feels like Tammy Faye. Yeah, really great work. I think she's the front runner for Best Actress for a reason.
Yeah. Andrew, what are your thoughts?
She transforms. Like you said, it's not Jessica Chastain. And kind of like with Will Smith, I wouldn't put her in that category of like that method actor who really does transform and become somebody else, but she does it. And it's not just the makeup. It's not just, the prosthetics or anything like that. Her mannerisms, her demeanor is different. It's a completely different person. So yeah. Insanely good. Like Schweitzer said, there's a reason she's a front runner. Yeah. There's a reason.
My number 2 and both of your number 6s for Aaron and Andrew, Jessica Chastain, Eyes of Tammy Faye, and it is time for our number 1s. No one can trump you now. Aaron, what do you have at number 1?
Yeah, show of hands for Andrew Garfield and Tick Tick Boom.
I have Andrew at number 1 as well.
I know, Robert, you had him at 10, right?
I had him at 9. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So much of this movie relies on his performance, his ability to be kind of wacky and zany, kind of in that 3090 intro song, and his ability to be just really thought-provoking and deep in the Why song, and just all of the in-betweens. He makes this movie something special.
Yeah. Robert, why don't you actually I had him at number 1, so I'll go next. I did not know Garfield had this in him. I love him as an actor. I think he's an incredible performer, and I didn't realize he had this much range, because not only is he doing a different kind of personality than I've ever seen him do before, which is this really all energy right at the front, performance, Broadway kid, kind of performance. He's also singing these songs, like he's learning to play the piano and sing songs, and just like I am blown away by the talent of this man. I think he is clearly my 2021 MVP. I can't think of somebody who had a better year than Andrew Garfield had. I think this performance is incredible. So yeah.
He didn't even have the ability to sing until he was cast, and then he worked.
Right, like it's not something he had ever really done.
This isn't like he grew up a theater kid and finally getting his chance.
Right. Yeah, he learned to be a theater kid. Like, how do you do that? Like, yeah, that's wild stuff. Robert, why don't you talk a little bit about it too, since you had him on your list?
Yeah, I think I'm the number 1 Andrew Garfield scholar on this podcast right now. He's been my favorite actor for the last 6-7 years.
Good.
And so I wasn't surprised that he could do this.
Right.
And it's just a testament to the other 8 performances on this list that he's only at number 9, because, Andrew Garfield is always up there for me.
Yeah.
But the fact, like you guys are saying, that he's able to do the singing and the dancing, do the charismatic theater kid stuff, as well as like the conversation with Michael on the street towards the end, and the song where he plays the piano on the stage outside by himself on the end. He runs the whole gamut of like emotions, and he just displays his incredible range in this. So
yeah, cool. All right, I think that means, Robert, we're ready for your number one. What do you got?
This is where I have Anthony Hopkins, the father. Unfortunately, I've had too many people in my life go through the same thing that Anthony Hopkins' character goes through in this. So just being able to see this stuff portrayed in this way, the way the father does, kind of getting inside the character's head, is moving and creates empathy in a way that I don't think any other movie could for this kind of condition. And then the way Anthony Hopkins plays it, again, sadly, is just all too familiar to me. So I think that's just kind of what threw him over the top as easily the number one, far and away best performance of the year that I saw.
You had him at number one. I had him at number three. I'm with you. This performance is so good that my brain was literally, while watching this movie, going, "Oh no, Anthony Hopkins has Alzheimer's." I was literally feeling like, bad for the person Anthony Hopkins, because it just felt like he was really there. It's an astonishing performance. I know. Lots has been made about the Academy's decision to do Best Actor last, and it kills me that it overshadows what was going on with Chadwick and the stuff last year, because it is really one of those moments where it's like, can we please just let both things be true? Can we please just honor both things? Because at the end of the day, if you're putting it in front of me and going, Chadwick Boseman's performance, Anthony Hopkins' performance, I'm going, I think the Hopkins performance is better. But at the same time, if you're putting in front of me going, who do you want to honor this year? I want to honor Chadwick in his life, in his legacy in such a short time. Let's just let both things be true in our memory. And what really stinks is I think we could have done that pretty easily if they'd have just stuck to the regular script instead of trying to pull a fast one and go, hey, let's end it with this big moment. Just a real bad decision by the producers of the show. I think that really ruined something that could have still been beautiful, I think. But yeah.
They'll also give Chadwick a Lifetime Achievement Award. If not this year, then maybe next.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm with you. What an incredible performance and good stuff. And Andrew, you even said, like, if you had considered it for this year,
it would be my number one.
Yeah,
it would be my number one if I. But it's the whole pandemic changing, or not. It's not the pandemics. It was the weird reasoning behind changing it. Like the nomination period that threw me off. Because I would have had a whole bunch of people from One Night in Miami on this list, and Anthony Hopkins would be my number one.
Yeah.
So,
Aaron and Robert, I think people know how Andrew and I feel, because we've talked about it many times, feel about that decision to move the eligibility window. Where do you guys stand on that? Do you think that was a good decision, bad decision? Who cares? Like, do you have any specific thoughts on that?
It doesn't bug me too much. It just, this is the prime example of why it's really weird, is that it throws off end of year lists and all that kind of stuff. So that's pretty much the extent of my thoughts.
Yeah.
I mean, I like that they adapted. I think when they made the change, they were hopeful that vaccines would be readily available by the start of 2021. That wasn't the case. So I think that they were hoping. I think we need to do away with limited releases on Christmas Day counting. I think it needs to be wide release, and then that would just clear up so much confusion. That'd be the thing I'd say.
I don't think you're ever going to get, we're going to follow a little bit of a bunny trail here, but I don't think you're ever going to get rid of eligibility issues, because people are always going to play the game, right? They're going to say, okay, what do we have to, because Netflix does this, right? The eligibility rules right now say that a movie has to be in actual theaters. That's the only reason Netflix puts their movies in theaters for a week, is so that they can be eligible for awards. So everybody's always going to skirt eligibility stuff. It means the Netflix stuff, like if you say, it has to be wide release, Well, the Netflix stuff, most of it never gets to wide release. So like, you know, what year do you consider that stuff for? So for me, I just think we need to go calendar year, quit playing games with it. If, you know, I would go more expansive rather than less. I would count One Night in Miami as a 2020 movie just because it had that one showing in 2020. Boom. It's a 2020 movie. Fine. I know a lot of people won't get around to it till January. That's okay. Count it in the 2020 because it did that. I would just say, you know, make it wide. I just don't like changing the actual dates of the calendar. It's like, well if we're doing the best movie of the year, do the year, you know, that kind of thing.
I'd also like to see additions for just the new kind of stuff that we're seeing, like Come From Away and Hamilton. And
sure.
I totally didn't realize at the start of the first show that the non-movie pop culture stuff, I would have picked in and of itself. Absolutely. I thought we were doing nominations at that point. So
yeah,
like I'd love to see that get some Oscar attention, but it doesn't really qualify in anything.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I'm totally with you. I just think if they had stuck with the year, do you really think The Father and Malcolm and Marie and those kind of things weren't ready to show in December? They would have just shown them in December and they would have been a part of the 2020. The only reason they waited till January and February was because of the window, right? Like, in my opinion, I could be totally wrong on that. it's just a weird thing for me.
Well, especially One Night in Miami being a Prime, like Amazon bought the rights to release it. Like, there's no reason they couldn't have released it in December. Like,
right?
But yeah, I'm with you. I think it should have widely available. So even if that's just, you know, if it's on Netflix, you know, as opposed to distance, it should be widely available January 1st to December 31st.
All right. So, I'm lost now.
It's just Andrew's number one.
Yeah. Andrew, what is your number one?
It would be my number two. Just move everything down. Anthony Hopkins is number one. I'm gonna go with Alana Haim and Licorice Pizza.
Oh,
Ooh.
Love it.
Nice.
She blew me away. Like, I had no idea who she was before this movie. I definitely will afterwards. I think she's a musician. Is that how a lot of people know her?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
From the
She's in a
band
band
Haim,
with her
right?
sisters.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, what a performance. The whole movie, you know me, I love PTA. And it's interesting how this movie, more so than any other PTA movie I can think of, is all about the uncomfortableness in the relationship that this movie, delves into. With, like, yeah, she's a lot older than Cooper. I forget his first name. Is it Robert Cooper?
Hoffman.
Cooper Hoffman.
Cooper Hoffman. Yeah, Cooper Hoffman's performance. Like, yeah, he's a young kid in this, and she's like in her mid-20s, and like she even has that one line, like, "Do you think it's weird that I hang out with so and so and all of his like 15-year-old friends? Because I think it's a little weird that I'm always hanging out." And but her performance, like how she is technically older, but on a maturity level, she's just as mature, if not less mature, than Cooper Hoffman. You know, like, he's seasoned and he's like knows the world because he's a child actor, and that in and of itself makes him a little more versed. So seeing her reaction to like his stardom and his success and how that shapes her, yeah, it's a stellar performance in a stellar movie. So yeah, I thought she was great.
Well, there you go. Number one for Andrew, Alana Haim, Licorice Pizza. It's technically number two, which brings us to an interesting decision, because we have Anthony Hopkins with Andrew's reintroduction with two number ones and a number three for me. Did all of us have Hopkins on our list? Aaron, did you have Hopkins on your list?
No, and like, this is again where it probably should have gone in my list. I just didn't for some reason.
Sure.
I totally agree with everything you guys are saying. It's a career best for him. And
then we have Garfield with two number ones and a number. What did you have, Robert?
9. Yeah.
And a number 9. So on numbers alone, it's Hopkins. Is there any discussion? I think those are the two choices, right? I mean, those are the ones that clearly the most of us.
And I haven't seen Tick Tick Boom, so.
Oh, okay. Well, that adds an element as well. So yeah, what do you guys think? Just some thoughts between those two.
I would go Hopkins in a heartbeat. Just because it's a career best. and because of just how deep and layered it is.
Aaron?
Career best from the guy who played
split.
Hannibal Lecter. That's
Yeah.
insane.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
I'm so split because as of now, both of these are career bests, and both of them make or break the movie.
Oh, that scene with Anthony Hopkins at the end, like "I want my mommy" scene,
Yeah.
I
kills
can't-
me. Kills me.
Look, my heart says Garfield,
Yeah.
but I can't not just say Hopkins deserves it, right?
Andrew?
Again, I have no
Yeah, you
way
haven't
to
seen Tick, Tick,
compare.
Boom, so yeah, you would be Hopkins.
So obviously, I'm going to go with Hopkins, but
So this is
I
interesting.
want to see Tick Tick Boom.
This is interesting for me because I think the only reason I would pick Garfield over Hopkins is because it is technically an award season performance where Hopkins isn't technically an award season performance for this year, but that's not fair. That's not the way we're doing this. That's not the rules we have set up. And I think for that reason and that reason alone, the top performance official Sifty for 2021 is Anthony Hopkins in
Yay!
The Father.
Can't be mad about it at all.
No, you can't be mad about it. And in the same vein, I think Andrew Garfield is the best awards eligible performance of 2021. I think we could say it that way. But yeah, congratulations to Anthony Hopkins.
That's
for
a good
another
kind of
award.
modifier, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, again, this really feels like Will Smith, but I'm pulling so hard for Andrew Garfield for the Oscar.
Yeah, me too. All right, let's do some nominations for best movie moment of the year. We each get 3 nominations. We will go around for those. We'll go in reverse order. So I will kick us off on these. I'm going to start the nomination. By the way, this is one of those things where if there are spoilers attached to it, sometimes you have to be creative with the way you say it. So it should be something that would make it clear to somebody who's seen it what you're talking about without giving it away to somebody else. With that in mind, I will nominate right off the bat the first kitchen portal appearance in Spider-Man Far From Home as a nominee for best movie moment of the year.
I'll just say all the spiders is mine.
The kitchen,
the culmination.
So like the finale, more of the finale.
Yeah,
I
guess.
Yeah.
Which I'm kind of including. I guess I was less specific in this pick than what you were, as opposed to a specific scene. I'm like a specific element.
Well, that's okay. No, I think the finale of I could tell you. So, for instance, how I would put that movie moment for me that you're talking about is Spider-Man web slinging off of another Spider-Man. Like there are just moments that happen in that finale that
or the "Are you okay?" scene that made everybody cry.
Right. Yeah. So are you officially nominating that then as your first nomination, or?
Well, that's what I was wanting to clarify is like, is that a different?
Yes,
than what you are.
That is a different movie moment. Yes.
Okay, then I didn't mean to jump in. I just wanted to clarify.
No, you're up next. So feel free to nominate what you want.
Let's go with that then.
All 12 of our nominations
list,
will be from Spider-Man Far From Home. No, that will not happen. All right. Yes, I will call that the group finale. Spider-Man. No Way Home. I think I said Far From Home. No Way Home.
Yeah.
All right, Robert, what about you?
The Funny Feeling song from Bo Burnham Inside. I tried to narrow it down to one moment, and I think that encapsulates the entire thing, and it's also a great song.
Yeah.
All right, Bo Burnham, Funny Feeling. All right. Aaron, what's your first nomination?
Yeah, I'll throw out my Spider-Man one. Peter Parker saves MJ from falling.
Yeah, Are You Okay scene.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Are You Okay from No Way Home.
Tears.
Yep.
Spider-Man's gonna split the votes.
That's the movie that's the moment that just devastated me this year.
Oh yeah.
All right. Back to me then for my second nomination. I'm going to go with Shifting the Fourth Diner Wall in Tick, Tick, Boom as my second nomination for movie moment of the year. I have seen that movie 4 times now, I think. Maybe 5. I think 4. And
What's it?
that
Is it on anything or is it in
yeah,
theaters?
it's on Netflix. It's a
Tick
Netflix.
Tick Boom is okay.
Yeah, Tick Boom is a Netflix.
I'll watch it today.
Please do.
That moment in that song, which has become, I think, my favorite song from the film, which is saying something because there's so many great songs in that movie, is the most goosebumps I get every single time I watch it now. Is just the moment where the fourth wall literally comes down, and yeah, it's beautiful stuff. So that's my second nomination. Andrew, what is your second nomination?
Well, it's also a song from a movie.
I know which one.
Yeah, go ahead and say it then.
Seagull on a Tire.
Yep, Edgar's Prayer from
Edgar's
Barb and Star.
Prayer.
Yeah.
Seagull on a tire.
Yeah. I have it listed as Dornan
prayer.
sings to a bird on a tire.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Edgar's Prayer is actually the name of the
Prayer.
song.
Yes.
And it's movie magic, really.
Yeah, it is.
No, it really is. I had it in my list of possible nominees as well. So yeah.
Here's why, and I think this is the main reason, because everything I'd seen Jamie Dornan in, he was playing so serious. His version of whatever character he was playing, whether it be 50 Shades or the I forget what the Snow White and the Huntsman, yeah, those movies. Everything I'd seen him in, he was like, "Oh, I'm serious. I'm trying to be, very seductive, everything like that." Here, he just let that weirdness go, and it was magic. I love it. I never expected him to do that.
Robert, what's your second nominee?
This is tough. I have 6 listed, and I'm trying to choose only 3. But I think I'm going to go with the line, "This is only the beginning" from Dune.
Nice.
That it's just my favorite scene of the whole movie. It's the part that gave me chills. The music was swelling at that moment. It's just what excited me about the movie in general.
Also, "This is only the beginning" is the reason Andrew doesn't like the movie. Yeah,
I don't not like the movie.
No,
I was let down.
Overstating,
I
yes.
liked the movie, but I was let down by the movie.
I was overstating.
Yeah.
All right, Aaron, what is your second nominee?
Yeah, look, we've gone 3 hours without talking about Coda. So let's talk about the moment where the dad hears Ruby sing
Yes.
by grabbing onto her vocal cords.
Yes, holding the vocal cords, I'll call it, from Coda.
Yep.
Yeah, good choice. Good choice. I'm glad that's getting a mention. That's definitely one of the best movie moments of the year. Let's see. For my final nominee, I don't like this. I've got 3 left. We're going to do some honorable mentions on this one.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
But my third official nominee... I'm going to go for 96,000 in the Heights as my final nominee officially.
You took it off my list, so
you're welcome. One of the most incredible goosebumpy moments that them walking to the pool, talking about the possibility of this money, that information getting around to other people joining them in several different, areas, doing their own thing, the big overhead shot of the pool. There's so many moments in the 96,000 song that just blow me away. In the Heights very much could have been, in my opinion, in the most underrated, even though I know there are plenty of people that like it. It doesn't feel like a lot of people are talking about it because in a year of many, many musicals, things can kind of get buried. But in a year of Lin-Manuel, I mean, if anybody's going to give Andrew Garfield a run for his MVP money, it's Lin-Manuel this year. Like, just so much stuff that he's doing. But yeah, this is really great work from him as a director for the first time. Just absolutely love that scene. So that's my.
Oh, that was Justin Lin that directed In the Heights.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry. In the Heights was Lin-Manuel's original.
No, not Justin Lin. Who did it?
It wasn't Lin-Manuel. No, Lin-Manuel directed Tick Tick Boom as his first directorial, right?
John M. Chu directed In the Heights.
Chu, that's it.
And
this is how
Lin-Manuel
amazing a year Lin-Manuel is having.
Well, and Encanto. We haven't talked about Encanto.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. No, I know.
And he wrote the songs for Vivo, which I know you really like.
Yes. He wrote all the music for Vivo as well. So yeah, it's quite a year for Lin. But yes, anyhow, the pool scene in 96,000 in the Heights will be my official final nominee. Andrew, what's your final nominee in this category?
I'll go with the ending sequence for the Green Knight, leading to the Green Knight actually saying, "Well done, boy. Now off with that head." And it's so good because you don't know in the moment whether this is a flash forward or if this is just how life was going to be for him, and for it to come back to the Green Knight at the very end. And I love it. I love it. There were so many scenes I could have picked from this movie, but this is the best, I think.
Nice. Robert, what's your final nominee?
Well, I'm glad Andrew nominated that one because I can choose one of my others. The one that I referenced it earlier, the you don't get a lot of things to really care about scene from Pig.
Oh, yeah.
When he's talking to the chef that he was like a mentor of years prior. Yeah, that's just very emotional, and it's the whole movie's message just in one scene.
Yep. Great pick. One of my favorites as well. Aaron, what is your final nominee? Last chance for an official nominee.
In a movie full of sappy moments, I got to talk another one. In Coda, Ruby's final performance, singing Both Sides Now, for her audition.
Ruby's final performance in Coda is the final nominee. All right. Good choice. Here
every time.
Here are the nominees. Couple from Coda, the holding the vocal cords in Ruby's final performance. Several from Spider-Man No Way Home. The first kitchen portal reveal, the Are You Okay, and the group finale are the No Way Home choices. Bo Burnham, Funny Feeling. This is only the beginning from Dune. The restaurant scene from Pig. Seagull on a Tire from Barb and Star, 96,000 from In the Heights, Shifting the Fourth Diner Wall from Tick Tick Boom, and the ending of The Green Knight. I don't think I missed any of the nominees.
Before we do our pick, are we going to do our honorable mentions now, or?
Sure. Let's go ahead and do that. I'll throw out Shang-Chi, the love fight. Is one of my favorite things that I saw in movies this year. I thought it was beautiful and just absolutely great stuff. So I loved that.
I'd like to throw out two real quick, so then I could step away for a second. The Ruby and Miles' duet from Coda. There's a moment where just all sound goes away.
You just put Coda down as your
the whole movie of Coda. No, there's the duet where like all of a sudden you see it from the parents' perspective who are deaf. So Bond's finale in 007.
Okay, sure.
That's actually a really good one, and I'm surprised that it wasn't even on my list or anybody else's. But yeah.
Any others, Andrew or Robert?
Yeah, I got two.
Go ahead.
Okay. The Duel and The Last Duel, and let's go with another scene in The Heights. It's the building dance.
Yeah, no, that's a great choice. Yeah, the perspective.
Magical moment in that movie that was already filled with magical moments. It's one of the movie moments in that, like, I can remember actually saying out loud, "Oh wow!" Like, like there was an audible reaction from me. Yeah.
Robert, what are your honorable mentions? Others you wanted to throw out there?
Yeah, I had two more as well, and one is Superman Rising, like when he comes back in Justice League with the black suit and then stopping the axe and all that. That, and then one that everyone else is going to disagree with, but the White Rabbit song from The Matrix, where it's like the super meta scene that you either love it or you absolutely despise it, and I really loved it.
Nice. I'll mention a couple in the chat. Let's see. Jay Bourgeois says
from No Way Home.
Jay Bourgeois says when the audio cuts from Reagan's POV from Quiet Place 2, is a good choice. And then Nick mentions another No Way Home, which let's just say a
good Lord.
Previous character mentions how good they are at lawyering. So yeah, fun stuff. All right, I guess we'll go ahead and start this conversation. What do you think? I mean, because we've mentioned No Way Home so much, does it have to be from
that movie?
Does it have to be from that movie, or is there a better? is there a better moment from a different movie that's better than all of the? Because No Way Home had several good moments, but was it the best? I don't know.
Yeah.
Aaron, what do you think? Where do you think we should start our conversation on this?
Are you okay?
From No Way Home?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Robert,
to me, it is the definitive moment of the year.
Robert, what about you?
I assumed going in that the consensus was going to be something from Spider-Man, but my personal pick would be Funny Feeling from Inside.
Bill Byrne.
I think that encapsulates the year, and it encapsulates a lot. And it's great.
I get that. Andrew, any other thoughts?
Actually, Aaron, I think I'm leaning more towards your pick from No Way Home, the kitchen portal, because I think that's what everybody was like. Is it going to happen? Is it going to happen? And then we finally get an answer.
It does feel like I guess that's where I'm leaning to, and here's what I'll pitch. I will pitch the kitchen portal for the main reason that the other moments we've mentioned all rely on that moment to have their power.
And that's what I was thinking, yeah.
So it's it's a technicality, but I think it's one that works for me.
Can I make an argument for a different Spider-Man part?
Sure. Yes. Why not?
So not the kitchen and not the Are You Okay, but the third one. I think that's the best of the of that movie.
Just the group finale.
Yeah, because to me the kitchen, while it does do what we want it to do, that
one of them wasn't there.
Yeah, that for one thing, and for another, it's a little silly in my mind. Some of the dialogue and some of the interactions are just a little too silly for me. But the group finale is just great.
Robert, I'm with you. I think we may go that way because it's kind of like the kitchen portal is Mjolnir, but the group finale is on your left. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's one of them means a little bit more. You know what I mean? Like there's a little bit more meaning. And honestly, the third one we're talking about is kind of, you could even call it part of the idea of, group finale. And group finale means, it's a wider way to talk about a movie moment, but it is a moment. And, it's a moment full of moments, including the Are You Okay moment. And, so it's a little bit of a cheat, but I think it encapsulates why that movie has so many great movie moments of the year, and it's hard to pull off. So I think I'm going to throw my weight behind that idea of group finale Spider-Man as well.
It's a little bit too much of a cheat for me to throw my full weight behind it. Like that's fine.
I get that.
It's your podcast. I just can't.
I get it. I believe me. I totally understand. Yeah. It incorporates a lot.
If you're talking about the whole final act of a film, that's a bit too much.
It's not the entire final act. It's more of like the culminate. Like there's a culminating moment where like everything is like, oh, we're officially gonna start doing it. It's more of like how on your left is like the starting catalytic moment.
But on your left is a moment. On your left is a movie moment. What we're talking about is not a movie moment. Aaron is right. I think Aaron's right. I think he's right.
And look, again, mine doesn't quite get the heart of what you guys are talking about. Mine is, this is a specific moment for Spider-Man.
How about
a specific moment for Peter Parker? And but it just means the world to me that he finally gets closure with
something that wasn't even mentioned.
Well, that's not legal, but go ahead.
With great power comes great responsibility.
No, I think that's that wasn't nominated. So
that's a totally different moment.
When I heard group finale, in my mind it was Spider-Man swinging
from strings.
Yeah.
When I heard group finale, I thought hug.
Those are definitely two different moments, which is probably again why group finale is not eligible in this category. I literally said the swinging.
Back to kitchen rings.
I literally said the swinging when we were talking about group finale, so I'm fine with that being the moment. But if that's the moment, I think I would lean Are You Okay? I think I'm leaning that way. I think I'm with Aaron on Are You Okay now. Because that is a legitimate movie moment It was the most powerful moment of that movie.
Yeah.
It is one of the biggest movie moments of the year. If Andrew and Robert are good with that, I think that's
No,
where I'm
I'm
leaning.
100% behind that. Yeah.
My
Are you
only
okay?
thing,
Yeah. Are you? Yeah.
I love that moment as a fan of other movies. But my only thing with that is that it's for one character instead of collective. But I'm still okay with it being the moment.
Sure.
Yeah. No, it is definitely. I mean, the moment is what the moment is, and it means what it means to. But as far as like an overall moment, I think that's where we go. Boy,
Which I
that
get
took
what
some
Robert's
turns.
saying. It feels wrong. I
His
understand what Robert's
performance.
saying. It feels wrong not to include all of them.
Yeah.
Right.
But
Well, that is the discussion between, I think, the Kitchen Portal and the Are You
Yeah.
Okay? That is, and I think I'm okay with going with Are You Okay? Because I do think it's like that moment itself is more powerful and more meaningful than the other moment, even though the other moment I think best encapsulates what makes the movie
Sure.
more powerful. But I
Right.
think that as far as a specific movie moment of 2021, the Sifty goes to Are You Okay? From No Way Home.
And the performance just sells it too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So nicely done, guys. Love it. Love a little group work together. I think I changed my
I like
mind
how
about
we were
57
teetering around
times.
spoilers like nobody has seen this movie.
Right.
Yeah, I think everyone's seen it.
I think everybody knows what we're talking about, but
Yeah, I mean, like,
we try to be careful. We try to be
when
careful.
George Clooney's Batman came back, like,
Nick Tokyo says the pose. I guess the pose is a better way to say
yeah.
the
Yeah.
landing. The landing pose.
Those kind of things. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's actually talk about the best movies. It is time. We will do our top 10. BEC rules apply. You can trump something if you have it higher. Kick it off at number 10, and we will go to number 1. Robert, you're going to start us off. What is your number 10 movie of 2021?
Licorice Pizza. I'm a pretty big fan of PTA, and this immediately shot up to like top 3, maybe. I just love movies where people hang out, and that's what this is. But it's also more than that. Like, it's episodic, and people are hanging out, and it's funny, and you love the characters. But there's a lot of like darkness underneath, and there's a lot of depth to the characters. And like Andrew was talking about earlier, the age stuff gets at a lot of themes about maturity. Yeah, I love Licorice Pizza.
Very
This
nice.
is my number 13 of the year, so just missed my list.
Aaron, what do you got at number 10?
The Suicide Squad. I really love this movie. I do agree with you, Aaron, though, that this would be a much better movie if it was PG-13 and kind of restricted to that.
So I think
It has to be, because you're right. They go for an easy joke a lot of the times. A person opens a window and is completely naked, and then or like the cleaver scene, which is a clever and funny joke. This film would be better with just a little bit of a rain. It's what makes the Guardians.
Put just a little governor on it, just hold it back.
It's
just
what
a
makes
little.
the Guardians movies like as good as they are, because you have to work a little bit more for a creative joke. Also talk about movie moments of the year. How about That's Your Mom? But
yeah, sure.
Yeah, like that kind of humor would be better.
That's your mom.
I still really like the movie though, but it would be much better if it was a little.
And let me
more
be clear, since I haven't said it on, but I think people know, but I don't begrudge anybody liking the Suicide Squad. I totally get why people love that movie. The energy is really interesting there, and there's actually some decent thematic stuff going on there. It's not like it's
I'd like to
empty
renominate
movie, so.
Sylvester Stallone as King Shark. Bird.
All right, I'll go next. My number 10 will 100% get trumped, but I have Mass at my number 10. So yeah. Andrew, what's your number 10?
This is where I have The Harder They Fall.
Okay, nice.
You know me, I love Westerns, and this is not only a great Western, but it's a unique Western. It's a Western that's in and of itself. It's in a world of its own, and I'm all for it. It's kind of a mix between Tarantino, Robert Rodriguez, and dare I say Sergio Leone. I mean, there's some definite elements of like, fistful of dollars or few dollars more in this movie. It's more vibrant and colorful, and it plays with some really unique elements, like when they go to the all-white town and they make it very literal that it's an all-white town.
Yeah.
I had a lot of fun. The characters are very well thought out. It's a good movie. Great performances.
Very nice. They Fall in at number 10 for Andrew. Robert, what do you got at number 9?
The Matrix Resurrections.
Nice.
Just waiting to see if anyone wanted to trump that.
Not
Good
a,
Trump.
not a chance.
No, yeah, I really loved it. I think I pretty much talked about it earlier, but even though it's very messy, I love what it's trying to do. And it doesn't do it perfectly, but I still think it does it very well. So, yeah.
There you go. Matrix Resurrections in someone's top 10. Imagine that. All right, number 9 for Aaron. What do you actually? Let me just say this, Robert. I'm actually glad you're repping the pro Matrix movement, because you're not alone. I've certainly heard lots of very smart movie loving people who do really like that movie and appreciate what they're doing. So, and you are among them.
It was kind of a backhanded compliment there, Aaron. No, there are smart people who like this movie.
I said he's among them. I said he was among them. You gotta let me finish my sentence.
No.
Aaron, what is your number 9?
Yeah, here's where I have No Time to Die.
Nice.
Trump.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
All right. I guess that brings it to me then. My number 9 is Encanto, which we just mentioned for the first time just recently. But man, do I love this movie. I love the music in it. I love what it's saying about responsibility and parenting. And I love that it doesn't go for the easy protagonist resolution. I love that it sticks to its story and its theme, and it's really great stuff. So Encanto is my number 9. Andrew, what about you? What's your number 9?
Snyder Cut.
Nice.
Oh, okay. I didn't know
I
if
had it
we
at
were
14.
that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not a chance.
It's a combination of how much I loathed the original version of this movie, and how I just think that this is just a really well done, mini series that somebody decided to make into a movie. Yes, I 100% agree. It would have been better if everybody had got their own original origin story film prior to this movie, but having that not be the case, this is great. There are so many elements of this movie and moments in this movie that made me go, how did this not make the final cut? Like, there's an entire sequence where we get Cyborg's, not origin, but we get like the revelation of how powerful he is, like where he sees this woman in poverty, and it actually brings a tear to your eye. And a moment that was this close to making my moments of the year is whenever Barry Allen's like, Dad, I just want you to know your son was one of the best of the best. And then he runs through time to save the world. It's such an amazing sequence that it just makes you go, how could you miss out on so many great moments? Oh, Joss Whedon, what's wrong with you? On top of the many other things that are wrong with you.
I was going to say, the question, Joss Whedon, what's wrong with you, is being answered by a lot of people these days. So,
But yeah, Snyder Cut, number 9.
Alrighty. I think that brings us to our number 8. Robert, kick us off. What's your number 8?
Green Knight.
Trump.
Yeah.
All right. Aaron, what is your number 8?
The Mitchells versus the Machines.
That is a great choice.
Number 11 on my list.
Very good choice.
All right. Yeah, so the best animated movie of the year. Sony Animation has kind of really turning it around. Phil Lord, Chris Miller, pretty great. The message of the movie is definitely ham-fisted and too much for me most points, but the humor is on point and the animation is clever. I love this movie.
Yeah,
not as ham-fisted as Ron's Gone Wrong or whatever that movie was. That movie was fun at times, but it was so ham-fisted. Mitchells versus the Machines is subtle in comparison. The only thing about Mitchells versus the Machines is really the antagonist, right? The antagonist is way too far over the top.
Paint by numbers, one-sided.
Yeah, but everything else in this is really good. So yeah, I love this choice. Mitchells versus the Machines.
Good call. It is the best animated movie of the year.
Well, I had Encanto ahead of it, but yes, I understand what you're all saying.
I
What's that, Robert?
I like Luca.
Yeah, nice. All right, yes, my number
9.
8.
Have you done
8.
your number 9?
Yeah, Encanto was my number 9. We're on our 8s, right?
Yes, we're on our 8s.
I have The Father at number 8, and it has been trumped.
Can't redo my
All
list
right,
now,
let's.
guys.
What about you, Andrew? What is your number 8?
Belfast.
Oh, good choice.
We haven't talked about this
I
movie.
was
I don't
gonna say,
think,
what
yet.
a weird
No,
thing
yeah.
when like one of the front runners for Best Picture of the Year is something we've barely mentioned. I think that says something actually, but
Well,
it's
if
a
Yeah.
you were
good
to
movie.
do honorable mentions for performances, I would have thrown in Jamie Dornan. But
Yeah.
I was throwing in Kieran Hines as the grandfather.
I mean, it's Dornan's second best performance of the year.
It's
So
true.
I mean,
It is. And you're joking, but I actually
I'm
agree with
kinda
you.
not joking. I'm
You're-
kind of not.
It is actually. He's really good, but no, this movie is fascinating. How it's it's his Roma. It's his version of his story. Growing up, and unlike Come On, I think that the black and white actually serves a better purpose than pretentiousness. I know, Robert. I'm sorry, I'm ragging on your movie.
No, that's fine.
but it's I love this movie. It's a happy movie with some actual emotional tense moments. Like the
Nice.
moments where he's being a kid are the best moments of this movie for me. Like whenever he's like really doing the best he can to get to front row so he can sit next to the girl, in class. Like it's just those heartwarming moments like, oh yeah, this is just a little kid who is trying to be happy,
Mhm.
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
the world around him is falling apart.
I'm glad I got to mention Belfast in at number 8 for Andrew. All right, let's move on to our number 7s. Robert, what do you got?
I got Pig at number 7. Yeah, for all the reasons I've been mentioning throughout both parts, I think it's great. It's about grief. It's about caring. It's about love. It's about people. There's a lot of stuff that's so great about it. And I thought it was going to be Taken or John Wick, and it was absolutely not that at all. And that plays in hugely as to why I love it so much.
Yeah. It is its own thing. I think I have described it as Taken meets Chef, but it's really neither of those things, and yet somehow it's kind of both of those things. It's lovely how it's its own thing.
I will find you.
I want to see Jon Favreau get his own John Wick movie.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah. He does have a particular set of skills in that movie, though.
He does.
Yeah.
So yeah. All right. So Aaron, what is your number 7?
Yeah, Cruella. Again, just big surprise for how much I loved this. Yeah, Emma Stone's great. Emma Thompson's great. The fashion design is incredible. I love the soundtrack for this movie. We haven't talked about the henchmen very much. They're great.
Yeah.
The Roger character is from What We Do in the Shadows. Plays the main vampire.
Yeah.
Nandor, the guy that plays Nandor,
yeah.
with clean shaven face, looks unrecognizable in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Kayvan Novak. Kayvan Novak.
So Cruella in
Cruella.
at number 7. My number 7 is West Side Story.
Oh, Big Trump.
Oh, big Trump. Oh, a big Trump.
Big Trump.
From Andrew. Andrew, what do you have at number 7?
This is where I have No Time to Die.
All right.
Nice.
It's a very well thought out farewell for Daniel Craig. Like you could tell that there was a lot of love, and I know that he's had moments where he's said some controversial things about the Bond franchise in the past, but for some reason when it came to this final one, I felt there was a profound love for this character, and like this was Daniel Craig's way of saying thank you, and just a great movie with a lot of tense moments. I forget what did you guys think of Rami Malek as the villain?
Forgettable.
I thought it was
Yeah.
solid.
Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of Rami in this one.
I'm more with Robert. I think he was a pretty solid villain. His performance is good. It's just that the motivations and intentions weren't as fleshed out as they could have been.
Yeah,
It's not
but,
his performance that I didn't like. It's the little amount that he had to do.
Yeah.
The villain was always secondary to the story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what I loved about this movie was the competitive nature between the new 007 and him. So is a fun little element that you hadn't seen really in Bond since maybe GoldenEye, another agent, another 00.
And how great is that Ana de Armas scene? Like it's
the best.
It's so great. Yeah.
Yeah. She is the most unique Bond girl we've ever had.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is my number 9, and it just goes to show that a testament is that like it's a 2 hour and 45-minute movie, and my end result was I just wish there was more. I wanted more Ana de Armas, more Jeffrey Wright, more of the 007 and 007 thing, more of more oneers. That oneer in the stairway is amazing. Yeah, more
good stuff.
More him playing Home Alone in the woods.
Oh, that was such a good sequence. That was such a good sequence. I forgot that.
Yeah. Andrew had it at number 7, and Aaron had it at number 9. That's No Time to Die. And we're on to our number 6s. Robert, what do you got?
I am sure this will be trumped, but this is where I have Tick Tick Boom.
Yeah, there'll be a trump there. Aaron, what's your number 6?
All right, time for me to defend Last Night in Soho.
Number 6.
Number 6. Look, I'll admit this movie falls apart in the last act for me. But there is something so special about this movie. The visual flair. I mean, this is the definition of every frame of painting. Thomas and Mackenzie and Anya Taylor-Joy are both just delightful in this film. Matt Smith is that perfect kind of grungy. I love the setting of 60s London with all this neon. There's some really great camera work in here. Lots and lots to love. There's little Edgar Wright flares every now and then. How like there's a neon sign outside her window that will like flash to the beat of the music.
Yeah. This is the best shot movie of the year.
Yeah, it's best visual experience for me. That's what I voted for in Sifties. Just everything about this movie it just falls apart in the end for me, but not enough to take me out of loved it.
Nice. Last Night in Soho in at number 6. For me, my number 6, Spider-Man No Way Home is my number 6. I figured somebody might trump that. On Andrew, what is your number 6?
In the Heights.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you know me, I'm not really a musical guy. So the fact that there are 2 musicals in my top 10 of the year should say something about the quality of musicals that came out this year. This for me was... And
you haven't even seen the best musical of the year, so...
Apparently I haven't.
Andrew, I'm starting to think you're a musical fan.
Gosh, please, no. Trust me, no, there's a grand history to prove otherwise. But I think this is Do the Right Thing, the musical. I love that this is a community. I mean, we have a main, 2 main characters to say, but for the most part, this is a film about a community as opposed to a person. And that's a really unique experience for somebody who lives in the Ozarks to try and understand this communal way of life in the city. I loved it. Music's great. As Aaron said, 96,000 is such an amazing song. And the building dance was just pure magic. So
there you go.
What's interesting is, Aaron, you picked 96,000 as the best moment. I thought for sure you would have picked the Abuela song.
No, I considered it. I wanted to pick one, and I just thought the moment of like that overhead shot from the pool just sticks with me. And Abuela is an incredible moment of the movie, but it only exists really in the context of everything else that's happening in some way. So I know these are minor distinctions. It's one of the reasons actually movie moments one of my favorite categories of the year, just because you can kind of look at it some many different ways. But yeah, no, that's fair. I certainly love that song.
Abuela was my favorite character in the movie.
Yes,
everybody needs that Abuela in their life.
I would have picked the fireworks during the blackout. That'd have been my moment.
Sure, I wouldn't blame you. You. In the Heights, in at number 6, right?
Yes.
Isn't that where we're at for Andrew? So we're on to our number 5s. Robert, what do you got at number 5?
This is one that I still have not seen hardly anyone other than SiftPop writer Shane talk about, and that's Supernova, which is this movie where Colin Firth and Stanley Tucci play husbands, and Stanley Tucci is dying of dementia, and they're taking one last RV trip across the English countryside.
Yep.
And it is so moving and so touching and so thought-provoking in so many different ways. It came out January 29th. I just looked it up, and it's stuck with me on my top 5, literally almost for a complete calendar year at this point. I think this is one of the most special movies that came out the entire year, and I haven't seen hardly anyone say a single thing about it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say, isn't it amazing that there are movies that can actually stick with you for an entire year? You're like, man, is it going to make it all the way to the end? And it's just like, yeah, there's something magical about this movie that can't be touched. So
whenever I saw a new movie that was great and I was adding it to my list that I keep track of through the year, I was like, nope, just doesn't beat it. I kept trying to beat it, and it just wouldn't.
Yeah.
I'm going to pull an Aaron here and read my letterbox review of this movie from earlier this year, because it's one of those things I considered for award season last year, and so it hasn't entered my mind considering stuff for this year. But it is great. But I said, those movies where people are like, this movie destroyed me, you need to watch it. And then you're like, I'm not fond of being destroyed, it's kind of unpleasant. And then they're like, but the unpleasantness of life is what makes the beauty so much more beautiful, and empathy only exists when we open ourselves to the pain of others. And then you're like, but do I have to experience it this deeply? It really hurts. And then you realize you're having that conversation with yourself. That is this movie. So yeah, this is one of those movies where it's just like, it's going to open you up to all sorts of empathy and emotion and feelings, and it really is beautiful. I'm glad you mentioned it, Robert.
That was exactly how I felt, except I was more welcoming of that feeling than what you described.
let's just copy and paste that from Mass.
Yeah, that's a fair point. That is a fair point. All right, so Supernova in at your number 5 is where we're at, I believe. So Aaron, what is your number 5?
Yeah, here's where I have The Night House. It just hit me in all the right ways. More horror films like this, please.
Yeah, this is one that we've talked about on these episodes that I haven't seen. I'll have to get it on my watch list. So The Night House in at number 5. My number 5 is Malcolm and Marie. Is where I have Malcolm and Marie for this year. Competed for awards last year, but definitely came out this year. And man, do I love this movie. And as I've already said, it is pretentious, but I think it earns its pretension. Some of the scenes are just incredible dialogue going on between these two. And any movie that's going to ask two people to hold a movie like this for this long is a high task. And I think Washington and Zendaya do it really, really well. So yeah. It is my number 5 of the year. Andrew, what's your number 5?
Bo Burnham's Inside.
Trump?
Nice.
All right, on to our number 4s. Robert, what do you got at number 4?
This is where I have The Father. And yeah, I think I talked about it at length and everything I have to say earlier. Just I knew people like this, and it just hit all those torture buttons, but in a way that I wanted it to. Same with Supernova.
Yeah. Yep. You had it at number 4. I had it at number 8. I would just add that this is another one, considered for awards last year, but definitely came out this year, and it is incredibly constructed. I don't the level of difficulty in portraying Alzheimer's like this or dementia like this is just astonishing that it even makes any bit of sense. And I don't know that a movie has ever captured empathy for this condition in such a powerful way, because it makes you experience what it must be like to experience this condition. And man, The Father's good stuff. So glad you had it that high on your list. In at number 4 for Robert. Aaron, what is your number 4?
Spider-Man.
Trump.
Yep.
Still Trump and Spider-Man. So my number 4, Dune, I have at number 4.
Trump.
Yeah, figured that. So, Andrew, your number 4. What do you have?
That's where I have the Green Knight. Nobody's
Nice.
shrimping this because I have it the highest. Yeah, a visual masterpiece with an amazing story of humility. I love it.
Who else
Best
had
visuals, best like cinematic visuals. Like, it's not the best shot movie. I still think that's Last Night in Soho. But as far as like the way that the color palette is used, I think that it's just the most gorgeous movie of the year.
Robert, you had this one as well, right?
Yeah, I had it at 8. Yeah, for all the reasons I've been mentioning in both of these episodes, it's that it's just so thematically resonant, visually stunning. Dev Patel is amazing. All of the supporting characters are amazing too. And I just get goosebumps and get giddy watching that, the moment that Andrew nominated for best moment.
All right, so the Green Knight comes in at number 4 for Andrew and number, did you say 8?
Number 8.
Number 8 for Roberts. And so that brings us to our number 3s. Robert, what do you got at number 3?
This is where I have Dune. I'm 25 years old, so I've heard my whole life people talking about the amazing experience seeing Star Wars for the first time in theaters or seeing Lord of the Rings for the first time in theaters. And I never assumed that I would have that sort of experience, but I had it watching Dune. I was completely blown away, saw it opening weekend in IMAX. It was one of my best theater experiences in that, like, no one was crinkling popcorn, coughing, like talking or anything like that. It felt like something special was going on in the room just watching this movie. I really do think it's a full movie. I think Paul has a full arc, and he's ready to go on another full arc in part 2. But maybe I also know that because I read the book. But I think it's, again, visually amazing. The Hans Zimmer score is just one of his best ever, and I think the best of the year. I love all of the performances. I love Denis Villeneuve even more than I did before because of this. The way they blended practical and special effects was just amazing. I could go on and on about how much I love this movie, but I'll stop there.
No, I love it. It's so interesting because I had the exact same experience of you. You had this at number 3. I had it at number 4. In that it hasn't been since Lord of the Rings that I felt this way about a movie, where I went to it and was just like, oh, take me to this world over and over again. I want to live here. Show me all of the things. This is so beautifully constructed. I want to know everything about this universe. Literally, the only thing I didn't like about this movie was not the fact that it was a part 1. Let me be clear about my opinion on this. It was
part
the fact
1 they
that
didn't tell you
that it wasn't marketed as a part 1. That's what I don't like. That's what there's a negative part to my experience with this movie when at the very beginning it says part 1, and right off the bat I'm like, what? Like, nobody has been marketing it this way. Yeah. And in a weird way where it's like they're almost holding part 2 over your head, going, but everybody better go see part 1 so we can make a part 2. And it's just like, no, just you're making Dune part 1 and Dune part 2 and just market it that way. And if they do that, I have a perfect experience with this movie, even though it is only a part 1, because it is just as much a full movie, in my opinion, as Fellowship of the Ring is, or any of these movies that going ahead of time are a part of a bigger whole. But yeah, again, that's why I have it so high on my list, because I absolutely loved this movie, and I echo so much of why the things that you said. So. Yeah. There you go. That is Dune in it. Robert's number 3 and my number 4. All right. I think that brings us to Aaron's number 3.
Now we'll have to wait a little bit because this is where I have Mass.
Trump.
All right. Then my number 3. I did not include this on my official votes for the tally that we will be doing for the Sifties overall movie of the year, but I do have it as my number 3 movie of the year. I do believe it is a movie. For me, it was a 2021 movie. I'm going with Derek Delgadio's In and of Itself here. Aaron mentioned that. I know, Aaron, when you sent your picks, you also mentioned if In and of Itself counts, it would be way up there for you.
It would be number 1.
Yeah, and that is why I didn't count it in my official tally, because, as far as the rules of eligibility, those kind of things. But I love it enough that I did want to include it in my countdown at number 3. This is astonishing work that Derek Delgadio is doing here, and it's not just the magician part of it or the tricks that he's doing. I can identify some of the not necessarily sleight of hand, but even just just knowing enough about having watched enough Fool Us and interpreted enough secret code words that Penn Jillette has said. I know some of the stuff that's going on here, but it is the story he's telling. It is meta in a way that most things that are meta can only aspire to be. It is meta in a way that the very definition of the thing itself is what the thing itself is trying to define, and at the same time not define. It is brilliant philosophical stuff that's going on in this from second one to second none. And I absolutely love it. So I had to mention it in my list. Aaron, I know since you love it so much, you'd probably like to talk about it too. So feel free to jump in.
Look, I've talked this movie to death. This is that movie that I saw it in late February, and it went to the very tippy top of my list, and it stayed there the entire year, not even flinching. I'll say this, of the type of things that we've seen like this, Hamilton, Come From Away, whatnot, this feels the most cinematic.
Mm-hmm.
Frank Oz directing this really makes this feel like a cinema experience, for better or for worse. And the other thing too is part of the reason why this works so well for me. I mean, the thematic stuff is really what works the best for me, but Derek Delgadio is a perfect leading man. We could even maybe mark him as one of the best performances of the year. He's so great. He's just spectacular storyteller.
Yeah, no, it's good stuff. Robert or Andrew, did you want to chime in about this one?
I'd never even heard of it until you guys started talking about it, and then you mentioned the Frank Oz directed it. It's about magic. It's a documentary. I'm like, how have I not heard this?
Well,
it's not really about
weird.
Magic is the avenue to convey the message, and it's also like.
Well, I'm just going off what it says on Hulu. It says
sure,
it's a documentary. So
it fits more into documentary than anything else, but it's not. It's a recording.
It's magic, so there's always going to be the that twisted unexpectedness to it. So
yeah.
Dicer, you mentioned it. You mentioned it whenever you first saw it on Twitter, and I think I watched it that night or the next day or something. And I was blown away also, but for whatever reason, it just hasn't stuck with me. So it's a bit further down my list. But I think it's great.
Yeah. That is my number 3. Andrew, what is your number 3?
Spooderman, No Way Home.
Nice.
Is this the highest?
I have 4.
All right. So Andrew has it at number 3. Aaron has it at number 4, and I had it at number 6. Spider-Man, No Way Home. Go for it, Andrew.
It's one of those, like, you can't believe Marvel keeps making you go, I can't believe they did it. How many times is Marvel going to get away with that? Making me think, I can't believe they did it. They've done it so many times. And
they made the Eternals, so
I can't believe. I can't believe they did that. Yeah, that's true. Everybody's great. Everybody who came back to do characters from the past nailed it. Maybe one didn't, but I'm shocked that they pulled this off. It makes me question the future of Marvel, like the ramifications of what happens in this movie. Where does that lead? I'm not even talking about like the multiverse of madness stuff. I'm talking more about like with Peter Parker. There are a lot of questions, like how this movie going forward, what that means for him, that I'm curious about.
Yeah. Aaron, you had it higher than I did. What were some of your thoughts?
This is top tier MCU for me. It's I don't think I'm quite as high on it as just general people are. There are some moments that don't work for me. I don't think Benedict Cumberbatch is really like invested.
I agree with that.
But I think that most of the cast is, specifically
Tom Holland.
2 of the 3 Spider-Man. And the supporting cast as well, Green Goblin, Doc Ock. Even Jamie Foxx looks happy to be there. which you wouldn't expect, but given Amazing Spider-Man 2. But I think this is not going to hold up as well for me over time for two reasons. Number one, this is something that you remember the moments of, kind of like there's a big comparison, like, is Game of Thrones or Breaking Bad the best show of all time? And it's like, well, Breaking Bad is like consistently really good throughout, but Game of Thrones is like, like kind of middling, and then you get the Red Wedding, and then it's like, I feel like maybe it's that, like, we remember the moments. We talked about so many moments, and then also just however they choose to handle this going forward. If they don't stick true to the ending that they made this movie, I'm gonna have a sour taste of this movie if they retcon it.
Well, I think Feige's really, adamant about continuity and ramifications. So
yeah, that is a very interesting conversation to have about a movie that you ranked your fourth favorite, movie of the year. Like, that was almost like, it's my fourth favorite, but here's all the stuff I hate about it. Well,
look, everybody's talked about all the things that work so well in it. We've gushed on it for most of the 4 hours that this has been.
But there's a reason it's your number 4, right? Like, yes, I mean, it was exactly.
But it's just like, it's just interesting to see as of this moment. I love it, but yeah, it's almost like I'll stop.
No, I have that tendency as well too. I do the same thing. I will not do that here, though. I will just say the most incredible thing about No Way Home for me is that they were able to pull off meaningful cameos, and like ultra meaningful cameos. So I think I said this in the review, there was only one of the in-movie cameos that I felt was cheap. And every other one felt to me to be like foundationally important to the film. So yeah, and I would also mention, since we didn't do honorable mentions and performances, I had several. One of them was Willem Dafoe in Spider-Man No Way Home.
He owns it.
He just absolutely nails that character. So yeah.
Nick Tokyo in the chat, to quote a wise prophet, Marvel knows how to play with their toys.
Hey, that was me.
Yeah.
Yes, they do. Time after time they show they know how to play with their toys. All right, let's move on then.
Number twos.
To our number twos. Robert, kick us off. What's your number 2?
Bo Burnham Inside.
Nice.
I also have that at number 2, so we can talk about it now. Yep.
Yeah, that was another one that it wasn't quite as long as Supernova or The Father, but the moment I saw it, it was going to be extremely difficult to have it trumped, and it will be, as we'll talk about. But there are infinite layers to why I love this, and the farther we get away from it, and the more I'm growing in my own life, and the more the world is changing, the more that my relationship to this piece is changing. I've talked about it multiple times in plenty of different platforms, so I'm not going to go too deep into it, but I love the music on a lot of different levels, and I love what he's saying. But also, I think it's so interesting to figure out, like Andrew was talking about, whether it's a performance or whether it's real. That whole idea is just so interesting to me, so interesting to dissect and to dive into and to discuss. And I have discussed it a lot with certain people. There are just so many different layers, so many different facets, so many different reasons why this is up here. And at this point, I think I have all the lyrics memorized because I've just been listening to it for the last 8 months or whatever. So yeah.
Well, the crazy thing is, I think he is struggling with what's authentic and what's performance. And that's what makes it so incredible. Is in many ways, because of the modern culture we live in, we're all struggling with what is authentically me and what is this performance thing I put on social media. Like what, or even for us, like, doing this show or, whatever level, everybody has a level of performance now to their life because they have a public persona on social media. And so it really is just such a crucial part of all of our exploration of our own psyches right now that he's talking about in such a powerful and intricate and meaningful and hilarious way. Like it's it's just genius level work that he is doing in this. And man, I was blown away the first time I saw it, even more blown away the second time I watched it through. And it's just one of those pieces of art that I think is going to absolutely grow in estimation over time for what it meant to the moment, not just the pandemic moment, but certainly the pandemic moment as well, but also just the technological social media moment that we are struggling with as a society, as a culture, and as a world. So well done to Bo Burnham.
Is Bo Burnham this generation's Andy Kaufman?
Yes.
I mean, I understand what you mean by that. Kaufman definitely had an unhinged layer that that was part of his persona that I'm not sure Bo has. You know, like there.
I say yes because I think there's an element of like you never really know when Kaufman is playing the straight man and when he's playing his own version of himself, and same with Bo Burnham. You never really know when he's being truly authentic and when he's not.
Right.
So in that vein, I say yes.
I was really waiting. I really wanted him to win the variety special or whatever it was at the Emmys. He lost out to Hamilton. But for that very reason, I wanted to see just like what his demeanor and how he was going to act, like up on stage accepting that award. Like he hasn't spoken about it. There's no interviews. There's nothing. He just dropped it and then kind of disappeared again. So that's part of the mystique and part of what makes it so great.
Yeah. Yeah. It was my number 2. It was Robert's number 2. I think
number
Andrew,
5.
Andrew, you had it at number 5. So there you go. Bo Burnham's Inside doing very, very well. Let's see. So I think that means we're on to Aaron's number 2.
Tick Tick Boom.
Yeah, I'm going to trump that. My number 2, already mentioned Bo Burnham's Inside. Andrew, what is your number 2?
This is where I have West Side Story.
Nice.
I've said it a trillion times. I'm not a fan of musicals, and this is a movie where I was like, Aaron, why is Steven Spielberg remaking West Side Story? And then you see it, and you're like, oh, because he can make it look like this. There are so many sequences in this movie that are just like, this is Spielberg at his finest. And that's saying something, obviously. Whenever he can do things that made you go, that's real cinematic magic, and you don't see it that often. You see it in like Jurassic Park, you see it in Schindler's List, you see it in these movies that you go, oh, so there's a reason why he's considered the greatest of all time, and it's because he can make movies like this. And for me to say that a movie that's almost 3 hours long, that's a musical, is my second favorite movie of the year. It's insane. It's insane. This movie should not be this good.
I'm with you. I had it at number 7, and you had it at number 2. I really wasn't expecting just the absolute splendor of this movie. And, Spielberg is one of those directors who somehow we occasionally just take for granted, and then he pops back up and goes, hello, guys, remember how I'm one of the greatest directors ever to have lived? And this is kind of one of those moments. And
I think his last couple movies, he did like The Post or something, and then there was the Bridge of Spies, and I'm like, okay, he's putting out decent content, but every now and then he's like, no, I'm Steven Spielberg, and you're like, oh yeah, you are. And this movie was one of those moments where I was reminded he is who he is.
That's right. All right, it's time for our number 1s. Robert, what's your number 1 movie of 2021?
At this point, it should come as no surprise that it's Mass. This movie, again, I saw it like a month ago. I didn't think it was going to beat Inside, Dune, The Father, Supernova, anything like that, but it did. It blew me away. I think this is a movie that everybody should see. Because it gets at the heart at understanding other people. It strips everything away and says, who are we at our core? Can we know who other people are at our core? And if so, how can we know that? There's a real center of earnestness and sincerity, and just at the end, it's really just love and positivity, even though it's immensely difficult to watch. And I teared up multiple times throughout the movie, just at like different lines of dialogue. It's I think it's super important. I think I'm going to watch it many, many times throughout the rest of my life and show it to many, many people, because I think it's just an important movie to watch. And I was expecting it to be good, was not expecting it to be like something that could go on my favorite movies of all time list.
Yeah, 3 of us had it on our list, I think. Aaron, I think you were the next highest. You had it at
I had it at 3.
3, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, performances are incredible here. This could be titled Empathy the Movie, or Listening the Movie. Understanding, whatever. I think I'm with Robert. I think this should be required viewing by lots of people. Just put it in the curriculum somewhere, high school, college, whatever. And I hope this wins Best Picture this year. This is my hope.
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
No, but it's my hope. It's my dream. If I could have one wish.
Yeah.
It'll get nominated, but it should get nominated. Yeah.
I think it will. It might not, though, Aaron. It might not get nominated. It's kind of really
year.
It is fallen under the radar in some ways, and I do have it at number 10. We've mentioned the incredible performances. I think we've mentioned the incredible structure. It's very much a stage play in a film. And when I say that, it almost sounds demeaning. I don't mean it that way. I just mean you could very much pop 4 people on a stage and do this. But it certainly uses its film language well, and it's incredible stuff. So yeah, and just an incredible title with multiple meanings that I'll let Aaron know here later. So Mass is a great choice. My number 10, Robert's number 1, Aaron.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and Aaron.
I thought you were starting over. I'm like, no.
And Aaron's number 4 was Mass. Aaron, what's your number 1?
Yeah, if Mass is Empathy the movie, then Coda is Schmaltz the movie.
Okay.
I love Coda. This hits me on every emotional fiber I have in my body. It makes me laugh a lot. It's a lot funnier than I think people remember. There's a lot of really funny moments in it. But it just hits me on all these just cheesy moments that everything about my heart loves this movie.
I love it that it's a movie so good you're having trouble encapsulating how good it is. I love it when that happens, that it means so much to you in that way. I think it's beautiful. I think it's a beautiful film. I totally get why this would be at the top of your list. Number
it's also
1.
Just a feel-good movie. Yeah,
sure.
There are moments that can make you cry, but there's a lot of times it's tears of joy, or it's it counters an emotional moment with or a sad emotional moment with just something that's just going to light up the room. I love this movie.
Very nice. Number 1 for Aaron is Coda. My number 1, it should be no surprise, is Tick, Tick, Boom. I think it was the 3rd viewing of this where I realized that it was impossible for any other movie to be my number 1 other than this one, because every single moment in the movie, every single song, every single beat, just played perfectly to me on the 3rd time through. And I think it says something about a film for me when, instead of getting tired of it once I know all the beats, that I look forward to every beat as it happens. And I just found myself every song being like, oh, I know what's coming next. Oh, the next song's going to be this one. It's going to be so amazing. And it's just like, every song is your favorite song until the next one comes. And that's just how this movie is for me. We've already mentioned the astonishing performance at the center of it. I think Andrew Garfield is doing incredible work. And this is the movie that Lin-Manuel directed this year, and just an incredible directorial debut. the choices he's making with how he is intercutting reality with the stage show is some of the most smart choices in storytelling that I've seen in a long, long time. There's the marriage argument song.
Therapy,
is called Therapy. That it shouldn't work. It just shouldn't work. What he's doing in that song should not work, because this is a song that depends on its quick rhythm and crazy actions, and he is cutting in real, authentic emotion into this over the top song. Like, it's mind blowing that he would even say, I wonder if I could do this, because my brain would be like, no, that's dumb. You can't, like, the tones will completely undercut each other, and they somehow don't. And I like, it's just some astonishing choices he's making here with the real world stuff versus the stage show stuff. Tick Tick Boom is just, every time I watch it, it gets better and better. So yeah, that's my number one. Who else had it on their list and wanted to talk about it? Aaron, you had it at number 2, so why don't you go next?
Yeah, I have two things to add to that. It was during the song Therapy that I realized that Andrew Garfield is giving the best performance of the year, or the award season. He's so good. He's so good in this whole movie. He brings that kind of energy, like I mentioned, right at the beginning of the film, and you're with him the whole way.
Yeah.
The other thing is kind of like you mentioned earlier as well, the way that that this movie kind of intercuts between the stage show and real life. It really cut one of my biggest problems with the movies, which is ever since 2012's Les Miserables, I can't get over like emotions not matching what the lyrics are saying. Like, somebody's clearly not projecting as much as they are in the studio. But the fact that you're blurring the lines of reality, it just excuses it, and it's okay. So
Yeah.
just was really easy to get over that for me, which is a really hard thing to do.
Yep. Robert, did you have it on your list as well?
Yeah, I had it at number 6.
Yeah.
It's a tough thing when you see a character that you realize is kind of unlikable for a bit, and then start seeing yourself in the character.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how it was with the Andrew Garfield character in here. But also, it taught me a lot. It made me think about a lot of different things, and it's a lot of stuff that I've been thinking about just in general in my own life these last few months, few years. There's just a lot of interesting stuff about pursuing your passion, but also realizing that other people don't have the same opportunity to do that. Some people aren't as good. Some people aren't in the right financial position. Some people, have life-threatening illnesses, that sort of thing. There's just a lot of stuff that I really, really love thematically. On top of, it's like, it's a lighthearted movie a lot of the times. Like, it's really funny at some points. No one mentioned Robin DeJesus, the Michael character.
Yeah,
He is great. I really wish he would have been getting some awards consideration throughout this season.
Oh, you're absolutely right. The reveal moment he is so powerful in that scene. He's conveying like 3 or 4 different emotions at the same time, and does it so well. Yeah.
Yeah, that scene on the street, and then the one up in his office. Those two are just knockout performance moments. But yeah, I love Tick Tick Boom.
Nice. Well, there you go. Tick Tick Boom is my number 1. It is Aaron's number 2, and it is Robert's number 7. Is that what you said?
6.
Number 6. So there you go. Andrew, we're down to your number 1. Finish us off.
The Last Duel, Ridley Scott.
Nice.
Yeah, I was waiting for somebody to trumpet, and then I realized it's my number 1. So.
Nope, can't trumpet
It was
number
my
1.
11.
Yeah. It's my number 1 times 2. No, it's so brilliant. I love this movie. As we said before, the Rashomon technique really is what sells this movie, because you're watching this movie in the beginning and you're going everything through Matt Damon's point of view, and it's kind of like not a palate cleanser, but it's like setting the table for like, okay, so everything that we see from here on out is based on our interpretation of what is happening in this first rendition. And it's crazy to see it change so drastically from different perspectives, yet at the same time being so familiar. On top of that, you have an amazingly shot movie by Ridley Scott. In this entire movie, you're waiting to get to that last duel, and it delivers. It is terrifying, it's visceral, it's gory, and it's emotional. You're waiting for this Adam Driver character to, like, is he like going to confess or whatever, or is he going to stick to his guns like he didn't do it? And it makes you question at the very end, like, did he do it? Because he's adamant that he didn't do it, yet at the same time, we're like, is he just not interpreting what has happened as rape, or is she lying? So you're like, what? I love a movie that leaves you. I know the movie wants you to believe that Jodie Comer's character, Marguerite, is the one telling the truth. I think the movie is really, trying to, send the message home that she's the one telling the truth. But honestly, at the very end, like, I was questioning, like, was she lying? And I've actually heard a lot of people, including my mom, who was like, I think she was lying. And I'm like, really? That's an interesting take that I was not expecting from this movie, because it is so adamant to make you think that Jodie Comer's telling the truth. But the fact that this movie got people talking, and I really wish that a lot of more people had seen it. I love a movie that forces you to focus in and try and pick out all the different details. Yeah, it's my favorite.
Last Duel, good choice, is Andrew's number one. All right. Well, that brings us to the official SiftPop movie of the year. This is chosen not just by us four, but by all of the contributors and the guest gurus who guest on the podcast.
Would you say that there's a plethora?
I would say there's a plethora of contributors. So all those who contribute give their number 5 through number 1. They are assigned points based on those placements, and then they are ranked. If a movie only has one person who has it in their top 5, that movie is not eligible. There were 31 movies that had at least 2 people mention them, and so we will do a top 31 countdown. We will go very quickly through the first several, and then we will slow down when we get to the top 10. I will throw just a couple shout outs to a couple movies that only got 1 vote that are probably worth mentioning because they came late in the year. Swan Song is one of those. Tragedy of Macbeth is another one of those. The Lost Daughter is another one of those that came very, very late in the year. Olivia Colman, by the way, was one of my honorable mentions in performances. She's incredible in that movie. So some shout outs to those movies who may, after a little bit more time, get some votes. Being the Ricardos, also, we haven't really talked about that at all or very much. That only got 1 vote. So those are some of the ones we're leaving off the list. So starting at number 30. Oh, and by the way, tiebreakers.
Yeah.
Happen this way.
Whoever had it the highest.
Correct. So if there are 2 movies that say have 8 points based on the point system, if somebody had one of those movies at number 1 and the other one nobody had it at number 1, then it goes by that. If those are the same, then it ends up going by how many people had it at that ranking. So there we go. 31 is a movie called...
I have typed up my prediction for what number 1 is. I just want to say that. So I'm putting my phone here.
Good. Number 31 is 9 Days. Mentioned a couple times. A couple people had that on their list. Number 30 is Encanto. 3 people had that on their list at number 5. It comes in at number 30. Number 29 is Malignant, which we haven't talked about at all, but a couple people had Malignant on their list, so that's at 29. Ending up with a straight tie for number 27th is No Time to Die and Judas and the Black Messiah. Those 2 tied at 27. We haven't talked a lot about Judas and the Black Messiah. That's another one that was last award season, but did come out this year. Red Rocket comes in at number 26. Tied for number 24, Nightmare Alley and The Father. So The Father coming in at number 24 with Nightmare Alley. Number 23, Last Night in Soho, comes in at number 23. Number 22, Licorice Pizza, in at number 22. Tied for 20, Tatane and Worst Person in the World come in tied for number 20. Number 19 is The Harder They Fall. Tied for 17, Shang-Chi and Justice League. Zack Snyder's Justice League comes in at number 17 with Shang-Chi. Number 16, no more ties from 16 on up. Number 16 is Don't Look Up. Number 15 is Pig. Number 14 is Mitchell's versus the Machines.
Nice.
Number 13 is The Suicide Squad. Number 12 is Power of the Dog. Number 11 is Mass. And now we get to the top 10.
Top
Mass
10.
just missing the top 10, in at number 11 with 17 points.
Number
including
10.
number 4. Number 10 with 18 points. 8, 9, and 10 all had 18 points. They were separated by the tiebreakers. Number 10 with 3 number ones. Yes, 3 number ones, a number 4, and a number 5 is Belfast, comes in at number 10.
Nice.
Number 9 with 6 people voting for this one, so that's where it won the tiebreaker. I think I got those tiebreakers reversed when I said them earlier. It's actually if more people have it voted as the first tiebreaker. Second tiebreaker is the higher ranking. So at number 9 with 1 number 1, 1 number 2, 2 number 3s, a number 4, and a number 5. The Last Duel coming in at number 9.
I wonder who that number 1 was.
Number 8 had a number 1, 2 number 2s, number 3, and 2 number 5s. Bo Burnham's Inside comes in at number 8 on this official SiftPop list. In at number 7 with 19 points, the only movie with 19 points, and on 7 people's lists, The Green Knight comes in at number 7. Number 6 with 21 points on 6 people's lists, including 2 number 1s, West Side Story in at number 6. Number 5 with 22 points on 7 people's lists, including 1 number 1, is Spencer in at number 5. Good showing from Spencer. In at number 4 with 22 points on 7 people's lists, including a number 1 and 2 number 2s, is Coda. Coda comes in at number 4. And on to the top 3. Number 3 with 27 points on 9 people's lists, including 2 number 1s, Dune in at number 3 of 2021. Number 2 with 41 points, good number. 41 points. It was on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 people's lists, including 5 number 1s. In at number 2 is Tick, Tick, Boom, in at number 2. And the number 1 movie, the official SiftPop Sifty Movie of the Year with 56 points on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 people's lists, including 1, 2, 3 number 1s. It is Spider-Man No Way Home.
I thought it was going to be F9.
No, it was not. So there you go. The official movie of the year for SiftPop is Spider-Man No Way Home. I am completely comfortable with that pick. I think it is one of the things I love about doing the SiftPop is it is not about awards prestige. It really is about the best movies of the year. And in many ways, Spider-Man certainly fits that bill with what it did. So there you go. The official movie of the year for SiftPop is Spider-Man No Way Home. And that'll do it for the Sifties this year. Congratulations on a 4-hour plus marathon in parts 1 and part 2. Appreciate all those involved. Thanks so much for joining us today for SiftPop. It is part of the Studio DNA podcast network. You can find out more about other shows on the network at studiodna.media or by searching Studio DNA in your podcast player. Huge thanks to Andrew for hanging out today.
Feel like I've already done this today. Thank you, buddy.
Big thanks to producer Phil for producing the audio and video show. Big thanks to Robert and Aaron for hanging out with us today.
Yeah.
Happy
Tell
to
us
be here.
again.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Tell us again about the other stuff you're doing. Aaron, tell us about the podcast.
Yeah, we'll just direct people to the writers' room. If you want to hear the SiftPop writers that we have mention their top films, 5 films of the year, and why they are that, you can go to the SiftPop Writers' Room podcast and listen to episode, I think, 83. It's our top 5 films of 2021. So if you want to hear some voices from some writers that specifically say their 5 and why, that'd be a great place to start.
And Robert, tell us about Robert's thoughts.
Yeah, it's a YouTube channel / blog dedicated to movies and TV. Do video essays. I'm working on one about Succession and another about Man of Steel right now. So got a lot of fun stuff coming up, a lot of stuff done already. So yeah.
By the way, you now have 201 subscribers.
Awesome. Thank you.
And
Now I'm going to bring it back down to 200.
Aaron's going to go unsubscribe.
Aaron's
Just so it's
savage.
a nice even number.
Yeah.
No, thank you guys so much for your time. I know it was a big investment today, and I really do appreciate it. And appreciate the work you're doing at SiftPop.com and managing the website and all that. It's a big deal, and thank you for doing that. Thank you to our SiftPop members as well for supporting what goes on here. $3 a month is where it starts. Different fun stuff at different levels, including bonus episodes and ad-free podcasts, all that kind of fun stuff. You can find out more at patreon.com/SiftPop. Lots of ways to connect with us. Feel free to comment, rate, or leave a review at Apple Podcasts or email us at feedback@siftpop.com. And finally, if you're having a good time, your movie-loving friends will probably like it too, so make sure you let them know about the podcast and that listening is much easier than tiptoeing around Spidey spoilers.
Mm-hmm.
We will be back next week with probably Jackass and Moonfall. It is January.
Yeah,
so,
it
is.
So we will see you then.
I like how we just talked about some of the most prestigious movies of like possibly the past decade, and then
Right.
we're gonna follow it up, Jackass and Moonfall.
Hey guys, thanks for hanging out with us all morning.
Yeah.
Viewers stayed pretty consistent for the almost 4.5 hours. Nick and
Nick
Heath,
Tokyo.
appreciate your comments. Jay Bourgeois as well. Hanging out with us too. So really appreciate. We're gonna get going. It has been a long recording session.
Yeah.
So, but we appreciate you guys. So we'll catch
Close
you
to
on the next one.
4.5 hours.
Yeah,